There it is.
Hello.
Magic.
All right.
Magic.
Oh God. Hey guys. What's going
Oh.
on?
Oh.
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 Welcome to the
All right.
podcast. This is the Unnamed Podcast where three guys and a guest or two talk about random things related to Planetside 2, FPS, and communities.
Yep.
If you're interested in more content or you'd like to see more episodes in the future, you can follow our streams, link them afterwards, and you can join the Discord down below. Lex,
Yes,
how
indeed.
you doing today?
Great. I just woke up from a nap. My eyes burn. It snowed this morning.
Yes, it
I
did.
had COVID last weekend, so
Oh God.
doing pretty
That's
good.
fun.
Yeah.
Everyone I know is getting fucking COVID.
Yeah. Well, Leroy,
Lovely.
how was your day? How's your week been?
Oh. Yeah. Getting back to fucking work after 3.5 weeks of COVID. I have a date on Sunday night. I got my weekend off. I'm good, bro. Like, I'm all set. I am Bing chilling, as Father Time would say.
And our special guest tonight, OmniNept. Nept, how you doing?
Not too bad, my friend. Thanks for having me on. Just
Very
finished a
nice.
stream a little bit ago, and I'm literally peeling potatoes right now.
Oh,
Wait, what the fuck? Really?
so
Man, you like, I love potatoes, man. Save me some.
many people
Haven't
may
eaten
not
a-
know
I've
who
never
you
eaten-
are, by the way. What do you do, Nept? Why are you so special? What team do you run that's currently undefeated?
I'm just super cute.
I mean, I've never
That's- I
seen you,
think
but you sound cute, so I mean.
I sound cute. Yeah, I hear that a
Mhm.
lot.
Mhm.
I lead the Omniscient. It's a competitively oriented group of friends, I suppose you could say. A lot of us have known each other for years. I hope you can't hear the potatoes being peeled.
Nope.
A lot
No,
of us
you're
have
good,
known each
bro.
other for years. Perfect. Some of us have known each other for like 15 plus years, 20 years in one or two cases.
Nice.
And we like winning. We like spending time with each other, but we also like winning. So we tend
Hell
to
yeah.
put a focus on that in whichever game we happen to play. And we tend to play, fast paced, high mechanical skill ceiling games. But unfortunately, right now we're playing Battlefield. So
That seems to be the case with a lot of people. Like, unfortunately, I'm playing Battlefield.
yeah, there's
Ugh.
just the high skill, high movement shooters aren't super popular these days, and I'm sure you guys
Mhm.
are well aware. So
Yep.
Battlefield is kind of what enough of my guys play, and that's what we're stuck playing.
Yep. FPS market. What are you
Well,
gonna do?
that's kind of gonna segue us into one of our first topics here. It's like
Mm.
current state of FPS games in 2022. I mean, we already started off with Battlefield. How's everyone feel? I mean, we got Battlefield, we got COD, and it seems like we're still playing old games.
It's just
It's a race to the bottom.
yeah, that's basically what it is. Like it's funny because me and Sev, Baddie, you know Sev, of course. Even when I met him back in like 2016 rather, when we started really talking and just chilling in Discord like 5 a.m. just bullshitting, talking about the state of like FPS in general, even back then before, games like Rising Storm 2 came out and then that shit the bed because developer incompetence and all this other shit. The market wasn't really that impressive, especially when Quake Champions came out then and early access, which it's technically early access still. It's been the same stagnant, repeated, casualized, watered down FPS games where it's just like you really don't even need to put in that much effort to be top 1% in. Like it's all the same rehashed, regurgitated fundamentals. There's nothing like in depth quite really. It's just simple mental game and simple gunplay and aim mechanics. It's been that way for years, I feel.
Yeah. I mean, I personally tried out 2042, right? And I played it, and like, me personally, I'm not really. I wanted to get into this Battlefield. I saw a lot of potential in it. I think everyone did, but
I was watching you play
unfortunately,
the beta.
the track record, and it just ended up, in my opinion, anyways, being a massive failure and almost a And I think Lex tweeted this earlier. It's like, video games nowadays need a lemon law.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean, at this point, because we're not talking about some like mom and pop bullshit. We're talking about like billions of dollars changing hands here.
Yeah.
And I know it's not everything, but these big titles that have these massive followings that have been built on the backs and work of other people a long time ago. It's really sad to see this shit like over and over again. And we had a couple. I mean, but at the same time, whoever makes a good game first is just somebody just make a good game. Like I hear a lot of stuff about Halo and that's good, but I'm not gonna play against controller aimbot on PC. Just not doing it.
Mhm.
You
Like
don't love the game playing itself for people.
Good. Thank you, Neb.
not
Thank you.
not a big fan. No, not really.
But it's joysticks. It's not.
And I have friends that I've played on PC with, and I had actually one of them come in and talk to me the other day. And they're like, "Yeah, bro, you got to come play Halo." I was like, I haven't bought it yet. He's like, well, no, the multiplayer's free. And I'm like, he's like, I'm playing controller. I'm like,
Oh God! As soon as he says that, I'm just
come on,
like,
man.
It's actually funny we bring up this controller discussion because, I was chilling the other day and I wanted to sit back, put my seat down, and whatever. And I was playing Fallout 76 on stream with controller. And Nept comes in and he's like, oh, you're so fucking bad. Oh, you're trash. Like, what? You're not practicing flicks in your Fallout game? No.
oh my God!
Using
Oh, yeah,
fucking
VATs.
He was
Yeah.
using VAT. Yeah,
Fucking VATs,
gross.
dude.
VATs
Oh my
and a
God.
controller. Two forms of awfulness.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I mean, but no.
I shamed him into not using VATs, and he immediately died. I think I have a clip on that on the stream somewhere.
Oh my God!
So I mean, going back to 2042 when it's kind of rocky release here, I think at least maybe Lex and I and Nept can talk about it, but Leroy saw it. What do you think about release versus beta and the current state of the game versus when we saw it in trailers and beta and stuff?
How much time you got, buddy?
We got time.
Night.
We got time.
All night.
If we want to go specifically beta first, it was, I guess, for whatever reason, my game ran better in the beta, like performance-wise. I don't really know why that is. But in the beta, you saw the issues. You started to see the issues because normally, at least in the past couple games, we've been like, where's the gameplay? Where's the gameplay? They waffled around. They wouldn't release gameplay, and it was obvious to anyone who's like in the know that something stinks here, right? So then we get this latest shit beta, and they're talking about, you hear, I don't know if it got leaked by somebody on their team or something. Well, that version of the game is like 2 months old build. We fixed all the bugs already and everything, and just yada yada yada. And I don't know if they had they obviously didn't have the spread values that were going to be in the game on launch in the beta, because everything, you were just lasering people all over the place.
I was gonna say I saw the videos and I was like,
think-
what? The
Yeah,
fuck?
go ahead.
I think something to note super quickly about the spread values is I don't think those were the intended spread values for release. Like,
Yeah, I
people
don't. They've done that
No
before.
way.
I
Yeah.
think they panicked. I think they didn't have the foresight to realize that laser beaming people across open maps was going to be a problem. They noticed it was a problem during the beta, and they're like, "Oh shit! How do we fix this?" And like, massive spread. Massive spread is the answer, and that's what they did. They just panic added a whole bunch of spread, and it played like garbage because of course it would. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but that kind
You're
of
good.
stuff is like, you're getting down to the meat and potatoes, or the bones of your game, and you're missing stuff like that, like right off the bat. To me, that screams like, how? Like, that's one of the first things you do, like your
Yeah.
gunplay, like, and that's missing, and it's not
Yeah.
correct
In an
right off the
FPS
bat.
game, like
Yeah, it's like, did you guys? I know they play tested it. I'm fairly confident human beings play tested it. Well, I mean, I think even that's strong, to be honest. But,
I mean, who knows? But in this day and age, who the fuck actually knows?
to me, it feels like, again, like if you guys haven't seen the Tom Henderson stuff, which Nept, I don't know what you think about Tom Henderson or anything like that. But if you watch Tom Henderson's video on the stuff, there's a lot of stuff in the background with like time crunches, and the direction of the game was totally fucked from the beginning, and they wanted to be something else, and they're piggybacking off trends in the market instead of just making a Battlefield game. So they kind of, at some point, they kind of got left with their pants down and had to rush and put all this shit together. So people say, you had 3 years to develop the game, but how long have they actually had time to develop this version of the game that we got on launch? I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it's the worst. People compare it. I don't know if people remember the Battlefield 4 launch, and the Battlefield 4 launch was a buggy piece of shit mess. But
Oh, it was abysmal.
I
It
heard
was so
about it.
bad that
Yeah.
we
I
didn't
think
buy it.
I think this is worse, honestly.
I think
I would say no, apart from the fact that they fucked the mouse input. You know.
Well, and it's another
So
thing.
with the mouse input borked, I would say probably yes.
I
That's
would.
another.
I
It's like a basic.
yeah, like
Like
the
it's a console game that got ported to PC, and they just
the mouse input is one thing that's what kept me from downloading it and trying it. Is I saw people playing it, I saw Baddie playing it in beta, and I'm like, okay, it looks like just simple FPS gunplay mechanics. You know, map layouts aren't too crazy. It just looks like you just running around shooting people from just standard FPS.
Well-
Run of the mill, at least to me. And when I heard the mouse input was the way it is, I'm like, how the flying fuck can it be that bad in 2022?
I think the game, what it really suffers from is it felt like a cash grab, because when you think about it, I made the mistake of spending $90 or something on it just to get early access, and it felt like early access. That's the problem. And now the game's selling for what? I saw a Twitter ad for at least the Xbox One version for $5, and it's a month later, and it's just almost like a repeat of Battlefield 5, and it's reminding me of Fallout 76 when they just couldn't even sell it, and they were attaching it to consoles to get rid of it. Now they don't have consoles to attach it to, but $95+ for a game that's broken on release. That I'm still crashing on the game, which is why I uninstalled it. But
yeah, what's the point in having it if you can't even
their
play it?
marketing team did such a good job ripping people off.
It's really not. It's really all you can say. I mean, the mouse input alone. I mean, that's always been my number one thing. I mean, you know me long enough, Baddie. I'm like Vert in a way. Vert is input. I mean, Lex knows that for sure. He's settings input. I'm anal about that shit.
It's like it's
And
just like
when I heard that shit, when I heard it was similar to what Planetside's flight controls are, and how those are borked, and how it was pretty much similar
Yeah.
in every aspect, I'm like, are you fucking serious? There's no
it's-
way it's that bad. And you're like, actually, it's worse.
the only
I'm
people
like,
who shouldn't have
huh?
been fired from this debacle were the marketing team. They did such a great job polishing a piece of shit.
Mhm.
Because I don't know how they got some of the shots they got, or how they were actually talking about marketing the game, but there is no way in hell that an average Joe would be like how could you actually market this? This game is unfinished. And they did a great job. So give those guys a raise. And I dislike a lot of
Hello.
the animations, beautiful. But the direction of the game,
When
the
they
people,
work.
yes, the people who were in the control of the direction of the video game need to be looked at, not the developers at hand. I don't think the people who developed the models, the animations, the graphics on a new engine.
Mhm.
I think those people deserve some credit. I don't believe the performance and optimization group should get any credit, but they did what they had to, and with the time they worked with. People who were in control of the direction of the game deserve to suffer the consequences, but they won't, because they're at the
No.
top.
And the guy who made Doors, he's gone. Get him out of here.
I think something that I noticed, and I guess I didn't really give the background, but Omni started out in like Unreal games, right? And Unreal 2 XMP and UT 2003, 4. I guess that's mostly me. And then Tribes games
No,
and
that's me too,
Legions.
bro. Great games.
I miss those games, right? And then we
Seriously,
kind
bro.
of
Fuck.
wandered into Battlefield 3 because it looked pretty, literally just because it looked pretty. And we just played that casually competitive. We beat everyone on the TDM stuff, but we didn't take it super seriously. And then we played Hawken, and then we played Battlefield 1, Battlefield 5, Battlefield 2042. And you can see, like, as the years go on, and we did our MMO stuff too, but as the years go on, it went from Unreal 2, XMP, UT, Tribes, Battlefield 3, Battlefield, Hawken was a little gem in there, and that like it actually had some movement. But generally speaking, it became um COD clones or Battlefield clones, and not because that's necessarily what we wanted to play. I would argue the Battlefield 1 at launch was a lot of fun with the increased movement it had, but because that's just the way the games industry went. People didn't want to play as we were touching on earlier, a high mechanical skill ceiling game. They didn't want to learn anything. They just wanted to hop in, have some fun, and
Yep.
immediately get some frags. And
Yep.
something that has bothered me about the Battlefield developers, and some of them have been with that team. Like Drunks has been with that team since Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 released in my opinion, a great state for Battlefield. The movement was, in my opinion, the best Battlefield has ever had, apart from Battlefield 4's like glitch movement, which was obviously not meant to be in the game. And then his team came in and nerfed it into the ground. It now feels like, you're wading through mud. They nerfed the slide like 3 separate times. They nerfed acceleration values, movement speed. Battlefield 5 kind of started off in that direction. And Battlefield 2042, for me, the beta, was a step in the right direction because it felt fast, it felt smooth, ignoring the mouse input, but the actual
Yep.
player character input. Sliding around, the sprint felt like actually sprinting in real life instead of a wog. And I was like, this is great. This has potential. And then it released and they nerfed the movement again. The slide's now anemic as fuck. You can do a slide bunny hop, but that's the only thing it's good for. The running speed got nerfed, it seems. I can't confirm that because they won't release information on it, but it
course,
feels
right.
slower and it feels clonk as fuck. Whereas before it was nice and smooth and fast, and the Battlefield community complained because they want a slow game. And here we are. All
Here
the
we are,
technical issues aside, that was the most frustrating thing for me because the bones were so good. If they just fixed the mouse input, fixed like optimized it, give a cover pass on the maps, the bones were so good. And now they're still better than Battlefield 5 in my opinion, but like they're not good enough to support the massive weight of failure that they've predicted, if that makes sense.
It's like the game is having an identity crisis. What does it want to be? What do the developers want it to be? Do they want it to be about movement and skill, or do they want to slow it down and turn it into more of like a tac shooter? Do they want it to be a little bit faster than Squad? That's the identity crisis I feel like they're having right now. But then they add specialists, so now we don't know.
So the specialists are actually an interesting case. I'd actually hear what you guys think about it first before I yap on.
The specialists for me, I never really, early on into when this whole hero shooter thing started, I was kind of put off by it because it kind of depends on like what abilities are given to them. Like it depends, like for Quake Champions, for instance, Quake Champions, there's a couple champions where I'm like, okay, that's a little bullshit, but for the most part, it just kind of adds a little bit of, it just kind of flakes on some spice onto the whole meat of the whole game, essentially. It's not really anything that's like overpowering. It's like you hit the ability and all of a sudden you are so insanely like ahead of whoever you're playing against, like, and especially in a Quake duel, for instance. Like, really, there's no abilities that are like that. Some of them are annoying, but for the most part, they're in a fairly good state, I'd say, to where almost all champions are played in competitive and in QPL and any Quake cons that go on. But specialists don't nowadays, if they're not overtuned or anything like that, they don't really bother me all too much anymore. Early on, it was kind of because I think it was because it was early on. It was like some of them were just really overtuned, like in Overwatch. I'm not too familiar with Overwatch, but there were people that had a lot of issues with certain abilities in Overwatch that I just kept hearing from people.
I remember and I didn't play it myself, but I remember seeing clips of the character with the grapple hook, the big
what was
guy.
I don't remember his name.
Hog or something. I don't know, but
yeah,
something
like that.
Roadhog.
Roadhog.
And the grapple was the size of a fucking truck. You could be behind a
yeah,
wall,
literally,
and
like
it would just grab you and pull you out from behind the wall, and it was like that.
So I think the specialists and all this like hero like shooter aspect of like hero shooters, quote unquote, I think it's fine now, but early on it was definitely a much bigger problem than it is now, I would say.
What do you think, Lex?
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I don't think it's going away anytime soon because it's a much easier way to monetize stuff, and I think that was the prime consideration here in this case. To be honest, I don't really mind the specialists that much. I see all these people whining and bitching about their squad role play and my squad play, but these are the same people that for the last 10 years, they don't fucking heal anybody, they don't revive anybody, they don't do anything related to their class, they don't give ammo, they don't repair, they don't do anything. Yet all of a sudden in the first game that doesn't have this basic like how it's cut down the line with squads, oh my god, you took it away. You didn't use it in the first place. So I don't want to hear that shit, to be honest. I think in certain circumstances, certain specialists, like you said with the balance type stuff, Obviously, you have to nip some of that stuff in the bud, but some specialists are just made for shit players. Honestly, like Boris is
Yes.
the thing. Like it's just cringe. Like get it out of the game. It just encourage any specialist that encourages like these weird like degenerate gameplay styles. Like but you gotta have someone who plays the game and understands like how metas develop like on your team at some point, and you don't just
Mhm.
put shit. We're so stuck in a rut of, well, this will be cool for our game, but then you don't think about what the hell it's going to be. You
What
know, you
the
just want to
impact
put
of it
cool shit
is.
in the game, and we've been seeing this with Battlefield. Like, what was it? One of their big cool things for the last game was like towing fucking artillery or some shit. Do you remember that? Like,
Oh
I don't,
yeah,
I don't
nobody did
even.
it. I
Yeah,
forgot about it myself. I never
yeah.
did it.
Or they talked about it forever, like dragging bodies, and people were pissed that that wasn't
Oh yeah.
like all this
This
trailer
LARPy
feature
stuff.
stupid larpy shit that adds nothing to the game that 6 people on Reddit want. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Sounds familiar.
there's some of the specialist stuff like it makes the game a little bit more interesting. Like
Mhm.
you know, they're like on Discarded or something. You get Sundance and you fly around and you're moving fast and quick, and like McKay is
Yeah.
interesting. There's room for some of them to be like a higher skill ceiling type thing that you watch like good players play with, and they're like, oh shit, all right, that's a little something different, you know. But then there's just the bottom of the barrel, like the Boris people that don't do anything. It's just like Christ, man.
I can make a quick champions comparison to that because it's
Yeah.
like you have
Oh, my God.
champions. I'm gonna keep going, Baddie. Sorry, I know we're gonna get to Planetside.
No, you're gonna talk about Eisen.
No, not I. Well, Eisen, you could say that. No, but you know I'm already gonna talk about Scale Bear.
Yeah.
Because Eisen has the turret, but no, Scale Bear is like definitely the one for, the shitters, quote unquote. But then
There's
you have
multiple ways
champions.
to play him. There's multiple ways
Yes,
to play
there's multiple
him,
ways-
but
Yes, so the way I can explain this, at least try to explain this, the Scale Bear is not that hard to hit 500 DPS with. He's not very difficult. You do one strafe jump, you're at 500 DPS the whole time until you do one turn with both your key. Like it's not hard to maintain speed with them. But to play him very at like the top level, like some of the pros, like it's with his W key inertia and all this shit. It's very very difficult. Not very difficult, but to use it perfectly, it is difficult.
I guess you could say it's
But-
almost like it's like a skill gap, you know?
Yes.
You're talking about some depth.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah,
Like easy to
exactly.
play,
Yeah.
hard to master type thing.
Yes.
Because he is, if you can master him, he is faster than Slash and more dangerous. He spawns with red armor.
In
Slash spawns
situations,
with
yes.
pretty much nothing. And if you
Yeah.
can learn how to play him, man, he flies around like nothing.
Just watch Zenecu play him. It's fucking terrifying. I mean,
And couple that with the fact that his special reduces damage and you gain insane speed. And if you land target, you're going to do a ton of damage in addition to being able to pull a rocket because they're knocked back and they're just going to die. But
or charge shotgun. I mean, that's just so much
I
burst
think
damage.
my problem with specialists in Battlefield isn't related to a lot of the abilities. It's just related to the fact that it doesn't feel different. So when I'm on the US team and there's a Russian team, there's no form of like differences. There's no separations. I just see a bunch of the same specialists on the field, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. But I wish there were some cosmetic changes. Not like microtransactions just built into the game that made them look different. You know, give them things that make them look Russian versus Americans. You know, change the vehicles up, independent vehicles per faction, things like that. Because I've grown so accustomed to being able to know who my enemy is, rather than the UI
Right.
telling me who's my enemy.
That's understandable.
I think that's my issue, and the fact that what Lex said, I'm not going to repeat that. It's like there needs to be a new position in a lot of these like development studios, just like the Metafire. Like, do a play test, invite a ton of people, and figure out which people are leaning to more of this or that. And you're the meta guy. You're going to come up with, okay, what's going to be the meta? How can we prevent this? Things like that. Maybe they do have one. Maybe he sucks. Maybe he or she needs to be fired.
Who
I don't know.
knows?
But
Who
you
knows?
can
So-
go ahead, Nept. How do
Go
you
ahead,
feel?
sorry. So I guess I'm going to say something that I don't know how many Battlefield players are listening, but I'm going to say something that I've said in my stream before and is like fairly controversial. So I want to back it up, and it's going to sound a little bit braggy. That's not how I mean it, but like,
Only one way to
it's
say
true
it. So
that yeah, like Omni participated in comp in Battlefield 3, and it's true that we only played TDM, but we won everything, and we beat some very strong teams who had beaten, pretty much everyone else on the other ladders and leagues. But whatever. Battlefield 1, we won everything. Everything that we entered, never lost. Battlefield 5, we couldn't play early on because they didn't have private servers because DICE. But our players ended up playing with a mixed team, NNA, and they won everything. Battlefield 2042, like we've only had the 2 tournaments, but we beat our opposition, and they're strong opposing team, 7, but we beat them 8-0 or 16-1 on MCOMs. It was pretty definitive.
Mm-hmm.
I am telling you, as the captain of this team, that Battlefield's small group competitive or small count competitive has never had tactical depth. It never has. And Battlefield players, and especially the comp players perhaps, like to pretend that they're oh so far above like COD players, the COD kiddies, the Twitch kiddies, right? These are thoughtful tactical masterminds playing Battlefield, and COD kiddies could never compete with that. It is bullshit. All that Battlefield is head glitching and small squad tactics.
Yes.
That means, trading kills, setting up crossfires, knowing the maps, maybe some smokes, maybe some intelligent pushes and rotations, and that's it. If you want to consider that tactical depth, then fine, but every other game has that. Literally every other game has that. And yeah, exactly. And that, like Rainbow Six Siege, right? You can actually attribute tactical depth to that. And I will certainly concede that the larger game modes in Battlefield, like you're playing 8v8, 12v12, 16v16, you're going to have tactical and strategic depth there because you have interplay between the various squads. You have interplay between the squads and the vehicles, what you're selecting, and it's a lot to manage. There's more there. But in the 4v4, the 5v5, the 6v6, there's nothing. And what I've enjoyed about the Specialists after that 4v4 tournament, especially, for the first time, Battlefield small scale infantry has tactical depth, because now how do you play these maps with all this verticality? You have McKay, you have Sundance playing off of McKay, providing spawn points for the team. If you don't have control over this vertical area, like how are you setting up crossfires in order to counter the enemy team's McKay? How are you working with your McKay in order to regain control? There's more potential with the other classes, like point defense with Irish, or setting Irish up as an anchor and a duelist. There's actually something there, and the Battlefield community fucking hates it because they have to learn something, and they don't want to learn something. And it's frustrating for me to see, because it's you get all these people who've been yapping on and on about their tactical brilliance, and then they have the chance to exhibit it, and then it's like, nope, let's like a lot of the leagues want to revert back to rules that would make it feel just like Battlefield 3 or 4 with shittier maps.
Go figure.
Yeah, and I think the Specialists, like some of them need some balancing, some of them need some looking at, but in a competitive sense, they add something that the game has not had before. They might not change it up dramatically in the same sense that like an Overwatch hero was, but I don't think that Battlefield necessarily needs that. And I also think this notion that, they were lacking the depth of the class system, as Lex was saying, that's total fucking bullshit, because all anybody ever did was play medic with assault rifle. That's all competitive Battlefield has ever been, and any like player worth their salt, that's all they've been running around with.
Watch any of it.
So it's ridiculous. It's like they're so up their own asses and so incredibly wrong. And the team that keeps beating them in every fucking thing is telling them like, hey, like there's actually tactical depth here. Like, no, there isn't. Then how did we beat you? Like, I don't know.
That touches on something I've been talking about lately, because it stems from Planetside, something that happened recently where you have this down the line, partitioning of, okay, well, you have your sweaty players, and then you have your tactical role players. It's like, by definition, the sweaty players are always and will always be better tactically as well. That's just how that works, guys. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's going to be a great segue into Planetside, let me tell you, because
Yeah.
what Nep just
I'm
explained
looking
there.
forward to this.
Yeah,
And
what
we're
Nep just
gonna-
explained there, I was just thinking, wow, this is so much like Planetside. Oh my god.
It's,
So,
it's
so
really,
similar.
it's pretty universal.
It's very
Like with
it's
every
very
FPS
universal,
game
though.
I see, it's this fight now.
It just screams Planetside, like even more so than just it being universal.
So
Because
let's
of, like,
talk
how similar
about
the games
this
can be.
universally, and then let's bring it back down to Planetside.
Yes.
The
Sounds good to me.
casual gaming community exploding and coming into FPSs that were otherwise skillful at one point that may not be skillful anymore, or FPSs that wanted to be skillful and are not skillful. So let's talk about this in a universal sense. Let's talk about communities here. How do you think gaming communities affect development of video games, especially the casual audience? Because the casual audience will always outweigh the skilled, knowledgeable, wanting to learn, wanting to understand and master the mechanic audience.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about
Always.
that?
Well, I can tell you one thing. They're always going to outweigh players like myself, players like us, no matter where you go, especially now. It's not pre-2005 anymore where it's just pasty white nerds playing video games and it's, I bet you if we went to school right now, if we just like de-aged and went to school in current day, almost everybody has a console, almost everybody has some fucking rig that's like pretty decent at least. Almost everybody plays video games. When I was in school, I was like the only one playing video games in my select group of friends. It's not the same anymore. Gaming is way more mainstream, so that it's just casuals. We're just gonna call them casuals for the sake of it, for lack of a better phrase. But they're always gonna outweigh me or us in general. And I think it depends on the games we're talking about. And I think it depends on who the developers decide to listen to. Now, I'm not saying they should listen to us entirely, because there's probably instances where there is going to be, nobody's perfect. Nobody has the right answers to every single thing about a game or a franchise. But more often than not, we know what we're talking about. I've played video games for 22 years. I'm 27 years old now. That's basically 90% of my fucking life. I'm sure all of us here have played video games a long-ass time. Nept, I know you've played games a lot longer than me, my friend. And I know Lex has played games a lot longer than me for sure, and Baddie, I know you've played games a long time too, but we kind of know what we're talking about when we have all this experience across all these games, especially in FPS. So FPS is generally universal by default because it's FPS. You shoot and aim at your enemies and you kill them. All that's different is usually the maps, the fundamentals of the game. FPS fundamentals themselves usually stay the same. The gunplay is usually different. Obviously, Quake and Squad are not the same when it comes to gunplay fundamentals and mechanics. But the FPS fundamentals stay the same, like peeking, reading your opponent, knowing the map, game sense, etc. All this shit. All of that's fundamental. So we kind of know what we're talking about when it comes to how to balance an FPS game, how to make sure shit's not that overpowered, how to make sure certain weapons are not that overpowered. Power level of weapons in shitter's hands, how easy they are to use. Maybe there's too many of them because they're too easy to use. Maybe the balance is fucked up because of that. Maybe the game flow is fucked up because of that. There's all these little nuances that you could pick apart for fucking hours. I mean, of course, like I said, it depends on the game, but you could literally pick that shit apart for hours. Or you could just go on Reddit and just see, okay, I'm going to forego all that, and I'm going to go ahead and put in some surprise mechanics in this loot box here. I need my money. So,
I mean,
yes.
I think you're touching on the notion that you should balance from the top and then make a few accommodations.
Yes,
for
that's
the
exactly what I'm
casual
saying.
crowd,
It's
and
like you
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you shouldn't exclude people. Obviously, you shouldn't just be, you shouldn't just be like, "Oh, fuck you, I'm not listening to you no matter what." Like,
Yeah.
you should take every opinion into account. Yes, but you gotta see it from a logical perspective. And it's gonna sound like I'm an egotistical prick when I say this, but we know what we're talking about because of our experience. We have a lot of experience under our belt. Like, I've played against ex-pros, I've played with pros or, current pros or ex-pros of various titles over the years. My best friend, he fucking played Counter-Strike, and he played Battlefield 2 professionally. He was Cal ICVP for Counter-Strike back in the day. He's the one that I met that got me back into FPS in 2016. We kind of know a thing or two when we played games this long, and we have the mindsets that we do. Like, especially myself, I have a my mindset's ridiculous.
Well,
Like,
talking on that too, I think it's really important that it's not just one side that reigns all. And I think we had
Of
this
course.
discussion a little bit earlier this week. I know I've had this conversation with Nept before, where it's just a matter of you got to find this balance. You got to have like players at
Absolutely.
the top, players at the bottom, come together, formulate a compromise. This is what we have. But I feel like the community almost fucks itself in
do
a
that.
sense, because you have the casuals, you have the semi-casuals, you have the people. Okay, I play all the time, but I don't want to get good, so I'm decent, but not really. Then you have the people who study the mechanics. Then you have the people who are pros. Nept, you're one of them in Battlefield, right? But you have the people below you, and I'm gonna say that not as like a to like discriminate against players, but to just say, hey, look, we're at the top. We've won pretty much every single tournament we've ever played in. We have somewhat of a voice. It's very important to include them all. But the casuals are just like way up here, and then we're way down here because we don't have a big enough voice, and Reddit really sucks for that.
Casuals, there's a lot of casuals, and they have a lot of money.
I just feel as though, and it's important for developers to cater to their largest audience.
Of course.
Money. The money. It's for money.
It's always a money game. It's always a money game.
But is there a point where it just becomes too much? Where there is no point in even playing the video game anymore? There is no skill.
We're almost at that point now. I think what you're describing is, like I said before, it's a race to the bottom. And when every game is based on the lowest common denominator, I mean, we've done this experiment for I don't know how many years we're going on now, guys. But the peer review is back. The results are in. We see what's happening. So this whole, it's just. Yeah, I mean, you guys know how I feel on this for the most part, but it's like, to me, like when Leroy stated that it's between the dialogue in the community and knowing who the hell to listen to, because when you listen to awful players who are ignorant and don't know anything about the game, look at the current landscape, right? If you just want to make a buck, cool. But when you cater only to the casual player, you have to understand as a developer what you're doing and who you're catering to. You're catering to the most fickle crowd there is anywhere, okay? So these people might like you because you put out a bundle, but they're just as likely to drop your game and go play another game next week because they have no attachment to the game at all. Whereas players like us spend insane hours like devoting time to this stuff, and we are committed to it. But when you try to appeal to this fickle crowd of people, it's just to get a quick buck. I mean, and they have a louder voice, and there's more of them. But it's
so
like,
many of them.
yeah, I don't go to my barber to get my taxes done. Like you listen to the people who can speak on authority on the subjects, right? And there's just too many people. Actually, there's probably too many voices, and there's too many voices who just don't know what the fuck they're talking about, who continually never stop talking and are hugely popular. And we see this in every game now. These mainstream content creators who, I mean, they might mean well overall, and the services that they provide in terms of like guides and everything like that are great to have. And a lot of them do it really well, but there's other stuff that they talk about where they're just way off base and it's not helping.
Yeah. It hurts it's especially in a Planetside perspective. Like,
hold on.
That's you want to
we'll segue into that. I want to hear what Nept has to say about this universally.
Right. I'll hold my fire.
Yeah.
I suppose I'll get back to what Lex was saying because I think it's a good point, or a number of good points. But the first thing I suppose I want to say is I think that it's human nature, and I've said this a few times on my stream. I think that's human nature to shy away. Everybody likes to pretend that they want a challenge, right? But that's not really the way people are. That's not the way most people are. They just want to win, right? They want to feel good about themselves, and I think that games like COD and Battlefield and, dare I say, Counter-Strike, they appeal to a lot of people because you can hop in. You don't need to be particularly mechanically skilled, and you're going to get some kills. You just spray around, and you're going to get some kills. Are you going to do well against the best of the best? No. Are you going to be able to kill them occasionally? Yeah, maybe. You know, I have people sideswipe me or shoot me in the back all the time, and there's just nothing I can do because it's just bloop and you're dead. That never happens in an arena shooter, right? Like, I could play somebody in like UT2K4 for an entire day and they would never get a kill. I've done it. And like, people don't want to run up against that kind of difficulty. So it's natural, I think, for these games to become easier to play, essentially, at least mechanically, because it gets a larger portion of people paying for them, right?
Yep. Bigger paycheck
So
for the people that make it. Yep.
yeah, and I think that's something that is kind of encouraging, is that we've had like years, like a decade's worth of like COD and Battlefield and Counter-Strike-esque games, like no movement essentially. I guess COD has tried a few things with like Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare, but generally no movement.
Mhm.
And now with Apex catching fire, and uh, got to give Fortnite credit. I know it's got auto aim out the wazoo on the shooting, but the building is fascinating. That's an interesting and unique aspect to it. And now they've added a slide. You're starting to see movement come back into a little bit. People are clamoring for another Titanfall. So maybe now enough people have built up the base skill set that they can play, something with a little higher of a skill ceiling, right? Maybe we're starting to transition back to that. And
So
I know that with 2042's beta, a lot of people who were experienced with Apex came in and said, "Hey, the beta is great, but what happened? Like the movement feels so janky now." Like a lot of people actually wanted the improved, smoothed out movement, even if the Battlefield vets didn't. I guess that's one. Like it kind of vacillates, and I think maybe we're rounding the band, so to speak, in terms of enough people have enough experience that we can get something a little bit more skill based.
Mm.
But the other thing I think is worth mentioning, and it's more to do with what Lex was saying, is that when it comes to balancing a game, and I see this actually on both ends of the spectrum, both the very skilled and the very terrible, uh, they don't understand that minor balance changes, what are ultimately pretty minor balance changes, right? They don't affect anything, right? They don't affect the player count. They affect at the higher end how things play, right?
Yep.
Competitively, how things play.
Mhm.
But like, I'll take an example from Hawken, right? Like people were saying Hawken was a mech arena shooter. Like how big of a market do you think that is, right? Not a very not. It's
Very
cool to
big,
look at, but yeah,
especially
not
now.
very big.
Like,
And people would say like, "Oh, we just need to change the TTK slightly," and they change it by like a tiny little bit, and like that's going to bring everybody back if we change this TTK. All of a sudden, all these people are going to look at Hawken. What are you smoking? No, they're not. They don't want to play a mech arena shooter. It doesn't matter to them if they have to hit you with like 3 more bullets or not, right? The people who want to play these games are just looking at the games and like, "Oh, Battlefield looks cool. That looks neat. That looks pretty. I want to play that." Um, they're not worrying about the detail, but the developers will often listen to that like subset of lower skilled players and think that if we make these balance changes that will fix things, and maybe if we skew them more towards what the lower end players and the majority are asking, that'll get more people in. But it won't. The only people who are going to notice these minor changes are like the vets and the upper end, and
yeah.
everyone else is just going to play the game anyway. If you change Battlefield's TTK by 1 or 2 bullets, nobody's going to notice that except the higher end players. You
Mhm.
could put that in and not say anything, and nobody would notice.
Yep.
From
There's
the
a,
lower end.
Yeah, I have a. It's gonna be into Planetside a little bit, so sorry, Baddie, but there's a really good example I want to set here.
I was gonna segue.
Oh, you were gonna segue?
There
I
you
was gonna
go.
segue.
All right.
This is
all
a
right.
perfect segue.
Yeah.
That is adding things and thinking that you're gonna get player retention.
Yeah. I think we've seen this
Desolation.
one before. Bastions.
Bastions. Escalation, yeah. Desolation, escalation, and now Oshur.
Yeah.
So now that we've segued into Planetside 2, Leroy, go ahead and talk what you want to talk about.
So what Nep said is certain changes only ever being noticed by the vets or salty vets or sweaty heavies or sweaty whatever the hell all the LARPy people call us. Remember the nanowave change? How's it change live? Not very much. Almost literally it's the same exact game. You could wear it on live, you could not wear it on live. But the only things that have changed is Jaeger. What do I mean by that? 10% movement speed on your shuffling and your peak speed and your strafe speed. That's actually very detrimental in a competitive aspect. On live, doesn't matter. You hold one simple position, you advance every little bit closer to the spawn room, depending on how the fight goes. Simple as that. You don't need movement speed for that. Very rarely will you shuffle out in a very aggressive, somewhat safe position like that with 10% extra move speed and live. Because a lot of players on live just they spray everywhere. They don't care. They're not aiming for your head. They just see your hitbox and just go, I need to kill now. Anyways.
Well,
But-
yeah. I mean,
And Jaeger, the nano weave, the 10%, only us are gonna notice it. Like, it's really bad for, like, I run athlete ASC now. There's just no reason to do nano weave. You come off of a Sunday spawn, you're already, and you can't get to your team in time. You can't help. Like, if I'm like, Wook's sitting in I building of Paris, and he's like got 3 people pushing, and I'm coming off spawn. I'm not gonna get to him in time if I have no athlete, or if I have athlete plus nano weave, or no athlete or plus nano weave. Like, I'm not going to get to him in time. It's little things like that that most of the community is not going to realize because all they do is sit on live. Stuff like that, it's not going to change the game. It's not going to really help the game. Either all you do is you either remove it or you balance around it to make it a staple. There's no in between for something like that. Now, I'd rather they just remove the damn thing. That'd be great, but
and
What are you gonna
just for clarity here, because there might be some people who don't know Planetside 2. Planetside 2 has a Jaeger server for events. That is where a majority of the competitive events take place in. That's where you see the 6v6 tournaments, the 12v12, 10v10, Lane Smash, Community Clash
Smash.
at the time, and then once
Community
Server
Smash.
Smash. Yeah, Server Smash is over.
Yeah.
But that is where most of the events take place that hold
You
competitive
guys didn't even
players.
mention the most important event server.
No.
Which
I
one?
actually, okay, so to bring this up, I have clarification from Rel on this, and he did give me permission to talk about because it is a common misconception. So, we talked about the Apex server, and he was like, to clear one thing up, though, since I've seen this around in a handful of places now, I figure it might interest you. The Apex server doesn't really take up any resources, so it's fine that it lives on the East Coast server with Emerald. If that wasn't the case, we would have just shut it down. It also wasn't done because of Archie. It was done so that big streamers like Spiffing Brit, which I think was the impetus time, could have a place to bring their community where people wouldn't take a dump on them in live game. It never got used because there are a lot of steps, oversight, and interest that would have needed to make use of something like that, which we don't have the time or resources. So basically, they have Apex server and it's just sitting there and it's not eating up resources or anything like that. I'm kind of interested to see how it doesn't eat up resources because I'm assuming the continents are open and they're running and they're rotating in their times. But maybe it's not. But I just wanted to get that clarification out there that the Apex server wasn't because of Archie or anything. That's from Rel. That's the DM I got from him. You can ask him. That's what we got on that. But yeah, Jaeger's the competitive event server. That's where our team Nept played. That's where Old Farmers used to take place, where Lex used to play.
That's where Zyros always comes in second.
Yes.
I knew that was coming.
Yes.
I gotta hope Cyrus is in here.
But that server's been up for a very long time, and actually long enough to where I'm pretty sure that's where Lex and all outfit-specific teams played the first 2 Farmers. And then SOE Live was...
That was the only time Planetside was LAN, as far as I know, right?
Yes.
SOE Live, and that was it.
But the servers made drastic changes. But that's a key point is Jaeger used to be so locked off. Back in Lex's time, and the start of my time anyways, when I started playing on Jaeger, it was a very locked off community. Accounts were given by SOE. They were not, I don't believe at the time they were managed completely by Planetside events or PSB, Planetside battles.
Yeah.
It was very closed off and locked off, and nowadays it's very easy to just go to the Jaeger events Discord, get an account, and play on it. Which kind of killed the mysticism about it. But then you have live, which is more general gameplay, where if you play Jaeger for 10 months and you go to live, you might be shit. And if you play live for 10 months and then go to Jaeger, you're probably going to be shit. Because it's 2 different play styles. Really is. And the server performs way differently. I don't have proof to and I don't have proof to say this, but the tick rate adjusts based on how many players are there. There was a dev letter about something regarding that back in Higby's time.
It was prompt critical, and it was
critical,
that they supposedly, I think the text of the post is that they run at 64 tick, and then are dynamic based on load. So what the fuck that means? One person joins, who knows? But I think anybody that has played a low tick rate games experiences all the things that you do in that game. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, you
Yeah,
might have 64 tick at 6
yeah.
a.m. Nobody, but
Rising Storm 2 is actually a good example of that because when that game came out, that's another game where it was like 2042 in a way where the beta felt better than the actual release of the game. And the servers, they were, I believe they were all 64 tick, but there were some servers that were 32 tick, and even 64 to 32, even with bolt actions like Mosins and shit, you could still, like, you would still get no regs. You would still, it just wouldn't feel as smooth. Like, hit reg and netcode in general was just shoddy.
well, I don't think a lot of casuals understand that
Don't.
depending on the rate of fire of your gun, there's certain like hard metrics that you reach in terms of rate of fire that just
Mhm.
work differently
It worked,
on
yeah, differently,
the logic loop of the server. Like,
especially when you get to like higher, like a Lynx or a Watchman, especially like they work
I
different.
think it's generally like 900 and above. You start to run into
Mhm.
to weird stuff.
Even with the Watchman, I mean, maybe the Watchman, but the Watchman's always felt that way. It's like if it's a really big fight, the Watchman's always felt different, quote unquote, like compared to like a small 1224, like you're just fighting.
Best
you know
way
what I
to
mean?
put the Watchman at a big fight is if you're playing Quake Live with more than 60 ping with an LG. That's the best way I can put it.
Actually, a decent example, yeah, because it's like
just you're tracking and you should be hitting, but certain cells just aren't hitting.
yeah, like QL doesn't handle hot like 60 ping as good as QC does. Like Quake in general has never really handled high ping well, but QC handles it the best. QL is just 60 ping. You might as well just not even play.
But
your rockets come out so late, it's insane.
I guess to segue this conversation back from the universal communities of casuals to the Planetside casual. Reddit is a perfect example, and some content creators are too. I'm not going to bring any drama to this podcast, so we're not going to be talking about specific content creators. Not going to be talking about drama. Just the content they push out and the content that Reddit pushes out that players believe is true. One of which is that Vanu don't have bullet drop. And that's still a thing, and you still see it at every Nascent's Defiance fight you go to.
Yep, yell chat meta. Gotta love it.
How has the casual audience of Planetside 2 really hurt the game? How do you guys feel about that?
Oh, they've heard. I mean, Lexus played. You guys have played a lot longer than me, but even as a February 2018 player, it's obvious that they just hurt the game in general.
Well,
with
the
way
problem
they play.
is the way you described when you picked up the game day one. They were almost the exact same way
Back in the day, yeah,
when
it
we
hasn't
started playing it.
changed. Yeah,
They don't go anywhere. You know, they get to 200 hours, and that's their viewpoint and their play style, and that's it until the end of time. There's no growth here, and all the viewpoints, the theory crafting, the understanding of game mechanics, the ignorance, like it doesn't change. And it's just this never-ending cycle of, new player comes to the game, doesn't know what the hell's going on, joins a public platoon, Zerg fit. Those are generally run by people who might mean well, but they're generally misinformed, ignorant casuals, the same as everybody else, and you just go on and on and on around in a circle,
Yeah, it's just a constant revolving door of the same stuff. That's why you can come back to the game. I mean, I remember when I had my whole hypothyroidism situation, I don't think I played anything for about 2 or 3 months. Came back and I was like, okay, same game. Took another break. I think it was because of Mordhau. I played a ton of Mordhau. I might play that game again. That's such a good game. But I played that. Took about a month or two break with playing with Armgarian and Proteus. Rest in peace. Came back, same game. Quit. Played Hades for about a month or two. Came back, same game.
We went on a Quake live spree for like 6 months, come back.
Yeah, Quake spree, 6 months, come back, same game. It's just the same thing. The casuals stay the same. You go on Reddit, it's the same freaking thing. Like nerf the Beetlejuice, like NC team kill Omega lol, hilarious. Like wow, that's so funny. I forgot to laugh. Like it's the same shit, and it doesn't change ever.
So
miss all the shots you
Nept.
don't take.
Nept, I have a question for you.
Dude.
Coming from the outside of the game, you played Planetside 1. You understood the game. You
Yeah.
played it. You didn't go to Planetside 2. Now,
Ooh,
after
well
this
put,
little
well put.
discussion we had, right? How does that make you feel? Like, what is your outside opinion, your blind opinion, pretty much, of the current state of Planetside and what we just discussed?
Well, Planetside 1, if anyone remembers the name Neptunium K, I did a lot of
I'll have to
piloting
ask.
on
I'll have to
Conrad.
ask Ender. Ender probably knows.
I actually had Ender have a little discussion on my Discord with him. It was like two boomers rejoining together.
Brother.
Yeah, I remember Ender when he was starting the story.
Do you remember?
earlier.
Do you remember
I-
Kanya?
Actually,
Do you remember Kanya from
I
Delta
do.
Triad?
I do. Yeah, I remember a lot of the Delta Triad guys.
Mm-hmm.
Spartacus VS was another one that just comes to mind immediately. I actually tell brief segue, but it's funny.
Yeah.
So I played a lot of Planetside 1. I would consider myself a top pilot. I think a lot of other people would have as well on the Conrad server, and then later Emerald. And I started playing Planetside 2 late. I didn't play it at the beginning because it looked a little messy. I'll get to that in a moment.
Mm.
And one of my friends was playing kind of competitively at that point for an NC team, and I hopped in to play with him a bit, and it's like let's give this game a whirl. And we were puttering around in a mag rider, and it's like, I wonder if anybody's gonna recognize my name when it shows up in the kill feed. And at this point, Ender 31 had made Dawson fall, right? And they're kind of like the big thing. And my friend's like, I don't think so, man. Like, you're just being kind of egotistical. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I was a CR5 and played a lot and was always on the leaderboards and that sort of thing. Like, I think people remember. It's like, no, it's a new community. You're just being like kind of a douche. I was like, oh, okay, my bad, bro. We go into this fight. I kill like 2 people, and I get a message from Ender 31. Is that the Neptunium K? Which I haven't stopped rubbing in my friend's face ever since. Which
That's
he loves.
funny as hell. I like that. That's the same thing with Quake
So
too, though. Like Quake community is the
right,
same
yeah.
way.
Shout out to the boomers supporting each other against their friends' aspersions. But yeah, honestly the main reason I didn't play Planetside 1 had a virtual joystick set up, right, with the mouse and keyboard. And
it did.
Planetside 2 did not. And so you have to bind, your pitch keys to your keyboard, and that's just kind of gross and blup. And you lose analog control, of course.
Yep.
So that immediately made me lose interest in the flying, which was my main thing. And I think I literally tried it and was like, that is so lame. And I uninstalled it. I never played it. Or I didn't play it again until later. And the other thing that I noticed was back then there was no lattice system. It felt like they learned a lot of lessons through Planetside 1 and made it into a very good game. And then they got to Planetside 2 and they're like, fuck it, let's just start clean. Let's just relearn all those lessons for giggles.
Oh god.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
And
I know,
guess
right?
something I should note too, like I know that the flying in Planetside 2 added a lot of depth until they nerfed it into the ground, or that's what James told me. And I've seen, Thunderhawk. I used to fly with him a lot, or against him a lot, back in Planetside 1, and the AC guys, and so on and so forth. I know that. The problem was the control scheme. The control scheme was a mess. And any flight game that doesn't have a virtual joystick for the mouse, like that sort of setup, is garbage, in my opinion. Like Star Citizen has done it right. If you ever want to check out Star Citizen, if you enjoy
Star
flying,
Citizen.
like, yeah, their control schemes, their flight physics, excellent, outstanding. You'll see us there too. But Planetside 2 did the same thing Battlefield does, which is no VJoy.
Well, wait until you hear this one. They did a
Go ahead,
PS4 code merge.
Yes,
Oh,
I think it was actually
Yeah.
James that was telling me about that, and just like completely borked it. Yeah. So in a way, getting back to like what I think of the current state of Planetside 2, I did come back to it at one point and played infantry and tanked a lot with my friend, the Mag Riders.
Bitter.
A couple friends. And that was for giggles, that was fun. But I'm glad that I didn't get into flying, only because I would have been like very frustrated to see it get nerfed into the ground and to lose all its like the skill ceiling and the depth and all of that sort of thing. That would have been frustrating to me. And the other thing I noticed was that the spaces between bases seemed, and maybe this is just my recollection, but in Planetside 1, it felt like you'd take a base and you would push out with your armor and air forces. You would encounter their armor and air forces, obviously depending on the base, but there are a lot of long stretches. And you'd have armor fight after armor fight, and then you'd eventually get to their base. Maybe they push you out and it becomes an armor fight again. In Planetside 2, it always just felt like base to base was too fast and not enough of an armor engagement, and it just became like this 4 hour long bio tower, bio base farm sort of shit.
Don't say
Oh
it.
boy! All right. So
And
how
I
the game
also
has
hate
changed?
one more thing. I also hated how whenever I encountered a pilot in Planetside 1, unless they happened to be right near the base, like they had to fight me. You know what I mean? Like they could run, but I was going to chase them down and kill them. In Planetside 2, it was like, oh, I see I've encountered a pilot who's better than I am. I'm going to turn around and fly 100 meters into my base. Yeah, and it was just like, come on. Like it just was felt super lame to me. I think I hate seeing. I love that people are still playing Planetside because I think Planetside. I have fantastic memories of one. It's Conrad's like the best community I've ever been a part of in a gaming community.
Something I want to get into in a little bit. Yeah, like
Yeah,
keep going.
and I love the Planetside 2 still going on. I was saying in my stream today that I wished they would make a Planetside 3 with like updated soldier movement, maybe make it feel a little less clunky. I don't mind the TTK, but make it feel a little less clunky and fix out some of the issues. But I also hate the fact that Planetside 2 just became base farms, like infantry base farms. I don't know how other people feel about that. Maybe you guys enjoy that, and that's perfectly fine. But for me, that wasn't what interested me about Planetside. It was like the sense of actually having like a real scale to these continents and like real like armor and air battles. Like there was nothing like for me fighting on Omrish, taking out their air with a contingent of VS air because obviously VS is the best and we always win.
Yeah, because we don't have
And
bullet
then
drop. That's
like
why.
yeah, because we don't have bullet drop. Yeah, and then
Reddit told me this.
focusing on their armor and like breaking that down and like advancing it felt like you were doing something and you were contributing to your empire's push forward. And in Planetside 2, it there were moments like that, but it often just felt like, well, here I am, I'm traveling to the base to go infantry farm.
Planetside.
And that
Yeah.
is saddening for me.
Well, PS2 was never even fundamentally going to be Planetside 1 because Planetside 2 only exists because Smedley likes Battlefield. That's the entire point. And
Yeah.
when Battlefield 3 got extremely popular and took off, which by the way was, I don't know, one of the first actually like super popular games in the series. People don't want to recall that or anything because you have these people that constantly refer back to Refractor as being the best thing of all time, which it wasn't. It was dog shit, but it's what we had at the time, so we played it. But yeah, the nostalgia for PS1, I feel bad for the guys that want that, and I don't think there's really a game that gives them that. But if they're looking for that in PlanetSide 2, I don't think they're ever going to find that because it's just fundamentally a different game, and it was designed from the ground up to be a different game.
I was gonna say that.
In Planetside 1, sorry, one more thing before I slip my mind. In Planetside 1, the infantry combat, like it was kind of jank as fuck, but at the same time, it was fast and fluid and fun. You could hit Surge, and Surge was an implant, and you'd just be running around strafing in full Surge speed, fighting somebody else strafing in full Surge speed. Yeah. Well, that was more used to like camp corners, which I hated. I wish that wasn't there, but you could get around it with the Surge stuff.
I mean, talking about
Planetside.
What if I told you they made another third-person Planetside shooter?
Enter the arena.
Yes.
Planetside arena.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that and being like, why did they make it third person?
Right, and they were going to release it, and that's when Apex Legends came out.
Yeah, and then they wanted they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, what I was going to go off of before is you mentioned like Planetside 1 was a lot of going base to base with a lot of armor and air. Planetside 2, you'll see that happen, but very rarely. It's like it only ever happens when you get by, like on Indar, for instance, Howling Pass Sunken Relay Station. Everybody here knows that area. There's always going to be some Zerg going to Howling Pass, and then the armor goes up, and then eventually they're gonna hit that whole Mao area. I think it's the Mao area anyway. And then you'll have a whole little vehicle fight. Like there's only really a few hex areas where that happens. But yeah, Planetside 2, like Lex said, it's fundamentally different by default because of Smedley. Like it doesn't that Planetside 1 shit tends to happen every now and then, but it's very rarely. It's
The game was just
mostly
built
infantry
to
focused.
be a FPS. Built
Yeah.
to be a first-person shooter. You
Mhm.
spawn as a soldier with a gun in your hand in the tutorial. That is the first thing.
Yeah.
And I guess
Yep.
that can segue us into our next topic, which would be the lack of infantry focus the past couple of years. So just to finish off the last topic first, the game used to be the way Nept almost described it there. Almost. Back without the lattice system, you would have outfits like TE go at it with like these huge field fights on the way to a base, and like Buzzcut Psycho would make them all pull like chain guns and go out there and like shell for YouTube content or whatever. But
It's
that was
TMG 50, bro.
yeah, TMG 50 as well. There was a lot of like outfit stuff that used to happen in the game. But I guess now that we're segueing into like this next topic, which is not only the lack of infantry, real content added for infantry in the past couple of years, also just like how the game has shifted from being more outfit focused to almost like this lone wolf play style, because there's been no incentives to be in an outfit or do things with an outfit besides if you want to like get an orbital strike, and even then most outfits lock that off to like their NCOs or whatever they want to LARP as, which I think is
They're
fine in the video
leaders.
game. It's meant to be an MMO FPS. Big outfits, small outfits, medium-sized outfits, they all exist and they all have names. It's just, what's the point of playing in an outfit nowadays? And do you think there's going to be any infantry updates after Oshur? So we'll start that. Lex, you begin.
I think Rel and company would hard disagree with some of the things that you mentioned there, like, and by that I mean, I think last year you saw, especially with Outfit Wars, you saw at least what they put out and were talked about was, player retention and people stay in the game when they have outfits. So there was a big push to get people back in outfits and get the outfits alive again. And especially with Outfit Wars, I've been someone that says, if Outfit Wars had happened like 5 years ago, that maybe would have been something, because it seems like nowadays, like everybody's just strewn into the wind. It's a lot of people have left. Like a lot of bigger outfits that everybody knew have broken up or don't play anymore. It's just comes a little late, but I understand what they're trying to do. In terms of like lone wolf play style, I don't know. I think one of the things that keeps the game accessible and playable is that you can, if you're well, there's a lot of headroom to be able to do this effectively and to have fun doing it this way, but you can log into the game and play solo and do it, every night. You don't necessarily have to have people to play with, and I think that's one of the things that keeps the game at least relevant for, long timers and people who come back to the game and stuff like that. But
Mhm.
in
I was
terms
gonna,
of
yeah.
infantry content and the shift away from that, I would say that they would argue otherwise, because they think that adding like some implants for infantry and throwing some guns in some bundles and stuff, they think that is, that's infantry content. That's addressing it. But I
Max
mean,
is an infantry.
well, I mean, there's that whole debate. There's actually a thread today where someone said something like that, like the Max was an infantry unit, but
Oh, jeez.
uh
Yeah, my heavy assault cost nanites, by the way.
yeah, it's just it's bizarre because it's the basic thing in the game, and you know what, I think it would have to be focused on more if people couldn't main force multipliers for all time. Like if you died and lost your force multiplier and had to wait 15 minutes and actually play the fucking game, like more people might complain about certain things, and you might actually have to address an issue, because if you don't ever admit anything is an issue, you never really have to address it, and you can just keep squirting out AoE weapons and implants for infantry that
Yeah, I know we have
all
nerf
the
that makes no
all
sense.
the tactical role players can cream their pants about,
A crossbow.
making them so much more versatile and everything.
Crossbow. Oh my god, that.
I
what
mean,
the
you can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And
Yeah.
when it comes to Oshur, it's like, personally for me, I could care less about Oshur. I really don't give a shit, because if it's the same thing I've been playing for 9 years, then what does it matter? Like I said on a Reddit post, I'm like, just because you paint the canvas, if you're painting on a canvas with a turd, the art is still shitty, guys. So there you go. Like,
way to
I don't
say
know.
it, yeah. No, it's makes sense because it's like if there's nothing really new, and it's like you're quite literally just like you said, you're just painting something different on a canvas, but you're using the same paint. It's like there's really nothing different there. It just looks different, but there's nothing actually different. It's the same paint, same canvas.
I mean, let's look
You're-
at the last couple of major updates. We had a Bastion. We had a Colossus. We had these huge fucking what are they called? These outpost stations, whatever, the containment sites.
Containment sites, yeah.
We had these huge containment sites added to the game. But like
I was farming one of those last
New
night.
player experience.
yeah, it's like what
Yeah.
have, and I don't know if it's a lack of, and I don't want to like speak badly about the dev team, just not know how to do it, but they did it with NSO. They added new weapons to NSO. I guess you could consider that an infantry state, but it's not really. It's just the fourth faction being added to the
Faction
game for
update,
free to
more
play
so.
players.
Yeah.
With new weapons and stuff. But I just wish that they would add additional infantry content rather than just continuously adding new vehicles.
Like what specifically are you looking for there?
I don't
Because-
know what I'm specifically looking for, though, because there's
What could they
a
even do?
balance. Like, I don't know, maybe add new weapons or something, but then it becomes
Yeah,
balancing.
but what
issue.
hasn't? That's the thing too, that you get into dangerous territory. Is now you're entering things where, okay, you kind of have a really big ass arsenal, and basically whatever you want to do, like there's probably a gun or two that will fit that role if you're into that, right? But when you get into, oh, we need more guns, and this is a thing that comes up with a BF2042, and granted, we only have 22 guns, and people bitch and whine about the number of guns and stuff. Yeah, it's not very many guns, but at the same time, I think Marble, if you guys know who Marble Duck is, he used to do a bunch of Battlefield videos, and there was all this bitching and whining upon going
God,
from
I hate that guy, but it's completely right.
well, I mean, his argument he explains his arguments, some of them well, but
emphasis on some of them, but I'll let you continue. Sorry.
well, when you go from Battlefield 4, which nominally has a shit ton of weapons, right? If you actually look at it and break it down, you only have, a much lower number of things that are actually like tangibly different, right?
Mhm.
So when they went to Battlefield 1, you're like, oh, the weapon variety is all gone and all this shit. Planetside has. I don't think Planetside needs any more guns, to be honest.
I don't
And
think so
And
either.
that was
I
a
think the
kind of
guns-
bad take I think I made. I think I wanted to.
It's a
It
good
was kind of
discussion to
like
have,
put
though.
on the.
Well, no, I mean, like, but we have to talk about that too,
Yeah.
because just throwing more guns and shit into a game doesn't make
You're
your
just
game
throwing more
better.
bloat, you're just
it
bloating
doesn't
it, and
matter.
yeah.
It's nominally having more content for the sake of content doesn't do anything. Like, yeah, you're gonna make some
have,
money off it, maybe, but
Well,
Yeah,
I
I have-
want to say this first, Leroy, just to like rebuttal too.
Sure.
Not weapons, but to like answer your question about what I would like to see done with infantry is like a refresher, usability, implant system rework is massive to me. I would really appreciate something done to get rid of battle hardened and to just put it into the game and open up a slot for people that don't like to be flinched at every little fucking thing that happens in the video game. The game is random. It's always been random. You're going to get shot from the back. You're going to get shot from above or below or from a hacker and a harasser 700 miles away. I'm sick of the explosions fucking going like that to my screen.
Literally.
I'm
yeah.
sick of it. And that I run a massive FOV. I run 110 on purpose to just like try to mitigate that shit because it gets annoying. if they would just get rid of some implants and implement it into the game and create more worthwhile implants that diversify the meta a little bit, and then readjust the suit slots and do some work to suit slots, I think flak armor is a great
Really
thing in the
remove
game.
Nanoweave.
But
Great
if they
start.
remove Nanoweave and, you know, kind of fucked with some suit slots, just
remove
some
the Brawl
things
Trinket, please, too.
like maybe toy around with some weapons and give them 0.75 again. Maybe give each faction specific weapon 0.75 ADS
please.
again on heavy assault. Just certain things to kind of like fuck with the meta a little bit, but not really fuck with the meta. Kind of relating to that conversation before where an advanced player will notice a minor update and a casual player really won't. Like, just things to like make minor changes to the game.
I would definitely start with 2 things. Remove Nanoweave and remove that stupid 50 shield trinket that stops me from one-shot Kami headshotting an infiltrator because he's BR7 and doesn't know what he's doing.
Or breaking 3-shot headshots on 167.
Yes, that too. Like that I don't know why
just
that's
for logging
in
into the game.
Oh, that
Yes,
was
I
just to
don't-
help the new players against players like us.
I just don't, yeah. I don't know why that's in the game. It's literally only there to exist as a complete nuisance, and there's no benefit to it. Only
And
to
they
annoy
make more work
everybody.
for themselves too, because most of the guns that came out, they have an ammo that specifically counteracts that, and then you have the 150 damage archetype.
Yeah,
What do you think that
Naginatas and-
that fixes?
That interesting. Like, it's little things like that that it could be easily done. It would at least for the most part it would. I mean, well, definitely removing that 50 shield bullshit would immediately.
Well, I
be
mean, the
fine.
problem here is I don't think they're I think with class balance, besides continuing to nerf heavy assault until it doesn't exist as a class, even though you just farm shitters anyway, no
Yeah.
matter what iteration it's in.
Mhm.
I think they're pretty set on class balance, and I think they use implants primarily to determine what a meta is going to be, and that's
I
it
agree.
makes sense too, because guess what? Shit makes
Firestorm.
money.
Yep,
It costs
Firestorm,
money.
Berserker.
You could
List
do
goes on.
experiment a
Yeah.
bunch in the game and do that, and if you don't want to mess. They don't want to touch anything core. And
Oh, I don't believe that though, because look at what they did with NC Max last year.
no. I mean, what I mean by that is like a class type thing, like infiltrator, light assault, medic, heavy. Well, besides
Yeah.
heavy, you have to leave that out. I don't count maxes that. I think they're completely out of touch with what maxes are even used for in the game. I mean, you have the lead game designer saying that maxes break stalemates. Do you log in the game, bro, and
They
you see
create
how
it.
many
It's
stalemates they create for 9 fucking
insane.
years? Like, it's just bizarre. But what I'm getting at here is there's some things that they're just like, okay, well, that's not broken. We don't have to fix it. But what we can do is we can fuck around with random, loot box style shit that, it, like some of the implants, man, like to me, it's like they have an intern who just sits here and thinks up shit that is like, oh, that would be cool, you know? And then occasionally they
Yeah.
make like a useful good one, but then you have like the staples that we see that Christ, if Assimilate ever gets nerfed, like holy shit, like people are gonna
I mean, we had a
go
good
crazy.
implant combination with Symbiote when it was bugged, and I liked Symbiote a lot because it changed your play style. You needed to be aggressive to maintain.
Not killing yourself. And
Yeah, so like the pro, you have Nanoweave and an implant. The con, you take damage. You take damage every couple of seconds. I think every time you're not shooting someone, and I think shooting someone at max implant kept it prevented it from doing that. But before it was a max implant, you needed to get a kill in order to not take damage. I like that. That's a pro and con.
Do you think that was actually taken into account, like all that shit that you just ran through, or somebody just thought, man, this is a cool idea? Honestly,
I don't think so. I think it just sort of happened that way, and it was like I think the thought was like, hey, let's just put this suit slot in an implant, and then we'll just give it a downside, and it just kind of turned out to be that way. That's what I think.
But then they never did that again. They added Berserker, which was just all positives for a max suit. Okay, Nep, to just give you some perspective on Berserker, this implant was added a couple months. Was it a month ago or 2 months ago?
It was about, let's just say a couple months for the sake of it.
Yeah, so
I am pro Berserker. It is a wonderful addition to
Oh no, just wait till you.
and I will die on that hill.
So
just wait till you hear this.
max suits that would run Berserker in a 1v1 fight with a heavy assault. It normally takes what, 2 or 3 decimators to destroy a max suit?
3 if 2 if they don't have self rep, 3 if they do hit F and have self rep.
Okay, so 2 to
Yeah.
3 depending on the circumstance.
Yeah.
Berserker would fully heal the max after 1 deci shot. So you'd shoot, you'd be reloading. After the reload animation is complete, the max
You're
would
about
be
halfway
fully
healed.
healed. Max is
not all-
fully healed.
Well, if you hit F, yes. With just Berserker, you'd be about halfway, so to speak.
Doesn't it take 8
Just
seconds
about.
to reload a deci?
I don't think so. It's around that. It's long, but I don't think it's a full heal. I mean, it's definitely about half, maybe a little bit more. But even then, with
Guys,
the
why
heal,
don't you just use the Shrike and shit like that? It
Yeah, why don't
reloads
you just-
super fast because this game
Yeah.
is about DPS and you know.
why don't you use D4?
But just to give you,
Just use
basically, a
C4,
max
bro.
would be fully healed after that engagement. And actually, Landwell, a friend of ours, made a video with Leroy and I think one more other max where they went into a Nason's Defiance tunnel
Oh my god,
with
that was
like
ridiculous.
50
when we did
bodies
that.
in there, and they came out winning. There was 3 maxes versus 50 infantry members. Those 3 maxes all had Berserker, I'm pretty sure, and they went
Yep,
on a
we
tear
did.
spree.
We killed all of them. We literally flanked the entire Nason's tunnel. Every single player in there was dead.
Unclogging the toilet. That's what that.
Quite literally,
your
we were the
problem.
plunger, and that was a lot of shit we had to clean out.
From what I've been told, maxes break stalemates, so you know.
I mean, that's one aspect to it, but they create more stalemates than they break. I'll tell you that
oh,
right
yeah,
now.
just giving
No,
you guys shit.
good players in maxes break stalemates.
Yes,
but good
yes.
players in maxes also
are very rare because we don't want to sit in that shit. We want to
It's
play
a
other
boring
shit.
gameplay. It's
It's
boring.
boring. Yeah.
You spend
That's why
500
I'm gonna pull
nanites.
a- I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
pull
Matt.
an old man yells at cloud thing and say that back in my day,
Back in
in
my day.
Planetside 1, maxes were actually pretty cool. They were obviously nobody was like, man, that guy fucks. Look at him, he's using a max. But like being able to do the max run
cart and
thing,
shit.
and like it had its own mode. It just felt like a vehicle almost, you know. And when I got into Planetside 2, it just felt like a heavier suit. I guess I can still do the run, but
it's a Call of Duty
in
kill
other things,
streak
that
in
makes me-
Planetside 2.
yeah.
Pretty much is.
But
yeah,
instead of getting kills, it requires you to
except-
die 10 times in a row.
Except you don't have to do anything to get the kill streak reward.
Oh, okay. You're just rewarded for
You
cost
just
me
log
anything,
into the
bro.
game and exist. Yes.
outstanding.
There's just a lot of things in this
That's the
video
problem.
game.
It's a huge problem.
Infantry is the main thing in the video game. Everything else costs nanites to do, to spawn. Costs nanites to pull this ESF, this Liberator or Galaxy, this Max Suit, this Lightning or MBT for your faction. You know what doesn't cost nanites? To play an infantry class. You spawn as it.
I'm so tired. I'm really beyond tired of listening to this bullshit about how, you know, this stuff is all like balanced perfectly because it has a nanite cost. Look, man,
I hate
nanites
that
don't
shit.
mean anything. It's literally fucking monetized. You can pay money to buy boosts to boost your nanites. And guess what? We got rid of the timers many, many years ago. So it's like, you lose me on the game is balanced around scale when it literally doesn't matter if I kill some shitter's vehicle in his max and he's immediately back in one. Like there's no
Yeah.
permanence. There's no permanence to losing that, and that's a huge problem that has always been in this game.
Yep, and Max's being able to be revived, I think, is also a big
Oh,
problem.
great!
in
Yeah,
fact.
yeah, that's
Being
neat.
able to be resonated as a max suit, being able to be res in general. I mean, resonades are a problem in my opinion. I never liked resonades.
Well,
Why
why is Grenade Bandolier in a game that has infinite players?
Yeah, it just.
I need
when
160 people
like-
with 4 grenades each. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
smart.
people. So this is actually a good. I wanted to talk about this because this is actually good. Because people talk about this is gonna. I hope this doesn't turn into a specifically Beetlejuice conversation, but this is gonna be great. Having resonades in Nade Bando at fights that are this big, everyone is like, "Oh man, why does the VS have so much Beetlejuice usage? Why do heavies always use this?" Well, it's like, why did TR always use big fuck? Why do they always use the Carve, the Butcher, the Watchman? The MSWR is used, but you always want a big mag. NC use Gossel all the fucking time. You always use these big mags. Why? Because the fights are really big. Because stuff like that exists. And resonades are ridiculously. I mean, resonades. I just don't like them at all. There's been countless. I mean, Lex, Baddie, the amount of fights you go to where
It's
it's like
just
a 12-24 over pop that you farm.
anything over 8 to 10 players just becomes that's meta. It's just
Yeah.
medic ball. That's it.
Uh-huh.
Well, I
And
just
it's-
like playing my FPS game that turns into a zombie survival shooter every time I get into
Yeah.
a big fight.
It hasn't changed. And even going
Mhm.
back to when we started
So-
doing like 6v6 stuff, like that was kind of the sweet number, because if you started to get any more, then the games just turned into both teams stacking fucking medics. And there were even
Yep.
some teams, like, as you guys know, and being in DA maybe, Enders would play in their game sometimes and play medic, and it
Yes, he would.
was
Yep.
it was so
Mhm.
much different. Like it was like, okay, well, maybe it's not even worth having this here in certain situations. But once you get past a certain amount of players, people want to argue that this game is balanced for scale. It isn't fucking balanced for scale in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Like, name one thing in this game that's balanced around scale, and I'll wait another 9 years.
I was about to say, you really can't. Like, there's nothing specifically balanced around scale. Like, I can't think of anything. Like, you just can't. I don't even know how I could explain
your
anything.
FPS.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, true. Hey, look, that's a 3-faction TI Alloys 96+ fight with probably almost 300 players in it. Hey, man, what's my frames? Oh, wow. I'm almost at 60 frames on a 240 hertz monitor with all this overclocked bullshit.
Now your ADS measurement is now 40 centimeters higher.
Mhm,
Enjoy.
yeah.
Dynamic mouse
So-
sensitivity
Yes.
software.
Yes,
Two
indeed.
things, guys. One, I suppose, as an outsider, can you explain? Now, Reznades seem pretty self-explanatory, but just in case,
I
can
go
you
through walls
explain
now.
Reznades to me?
All right, I'll explain. So
Okay.
the medic class can either have healing nades. You can throw it; it heals people
Mhm.
around where the nade ends up, or you have revive nades, where any players that are dead around that nade will get revived. Now the thing
Okay.
is in triple stack buildings in particular, there's actually certain corners you can throw them at where it will hit the level above where you're throwing it out. So if you're on the bottom floor, someone's dead on the second floor,
Right.
you throw it out at this very specific corner. It hits the players around the nade, but also above it. Things like that. Which is
So-
fucking insane to me, especially when
From
you're
an
fighting
outside
over top.
perspective, that seems stupid.
Yes. Yeah,
And
it
seems
is.
stupid. And this, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, and everybody knows this already. But just in case, it
Mhm.
seems stupid specifically because reviving somebody needs to carry an element of risk, and even Battlefield
Thank you.
has figured that one out.
Whoa,
Even Battlefield
whoa!
had-
I'm gonna need you to
had
take a
felt-
step back, bro.
See, it's so funny to me because, like, I know you're a smart guy in general, but like, even someone from an outside perspective looking at the situation, who's like semi-intelligent and understands what they're talking about, can take 15 seconds and be
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, you know what, that's kind of fucking stupid, you know?
Yep. I can put it into a
Like-
situation. I can put it into a situation for you, Nept. I
Yeah,
go to
go ahead.
Araxis Firearms. 1224, mid-tier 1224, 83% overpop, 85% overpop. I find a Sunday. Maybe I go and have someone Valk pilot me in. I just drop off the Valk over and over. I go farm the C building. Triple stack. Very standard. Spawns right there across where the powerhouse is. People constantly run to it. I could sit there and farm that forever. So one dude throws a Reznade into the second floor through the window. Everybody's res. I'm still reloading my gun. They kill me. I'm forced to
Yeah.
pull out my 6-shot sidearm. I maybe headshot 2, maybe 3 of them. Don't worry, there's like 7 more there. All because someone hit G and threw it in a window.
So
And it goes
that is-
and it goes through walls, by the way, and floors.
It's just
Very
like
nice.
you can
Sure
make a
that
ton
this-
of progress with a Reznade. Sorry to cut you off, but I just want to
No
say
worries.
this to you.
With no risk
You
involved.
can
no
make
risk,
a
0 risk.
ton of progress as a heavy assault, clearing a building. One of us, Lex, like imagine just the 3 of us versus 30 point holders, right? And a bunch of our own like randoms, right? If there's just even 3 to 5 of us going in, we can make a big difference clearing and making progress. All it takes, one fucking Reznade with no risk from a medic who's about to die, who's going fucking Leroy Jenkins, and he revives his entire team, his entire floor of people. And then if he's running grenade bando, he throws another one to another area to revive another fucking 15 people.
Yep.
It's insane how much progress you just lose.
Yeah.
And people wonder why I
I
say
was-
the Butcher's better than the Beetlejuice, but I digress.
You guys you guys all know this, obviously, but again, I think it's useful to hear from an outside perspective for like
Always.
those listeners who might be like, hey, maybe these guys are elitist and
You have no idea how many times I've heard that over the
they've got an
22 years.
agenda. You need to have some sort of risk balancing a mechanic like that, and
Yep.
even Battlefield's devs figured out that having Falk's medic gun revive people, and you'd still have to aim at them, right? But even that, they were like, that's too strong. That's ridiculous, because Falk can just hide somewhere and just revive all these people within line of sight. And so they changed it to just a heal, which was the right call. I thought it was ridiculous that they put it in the first place, a revive.
Mhm.
We all laughed at that. But little did we know that Planetside 2 has been running with revive grenades for however long. Like that.
Oh,
the
well,
whole- the whole
not
game's
only
existence.
revive grenades, but an implant specifically made to make you stronger after a revive, called Safeguard.
That's synergy and tactics right there. But
I love Safeguard.
like that is so ridiculous from an outside perspective. Like it's probably one of the most ridiculous things I've heard when it comes to game balancing. Like if that
Well,
think
it
about
costs
this, like-
nanites.
Yeah, but hey, guess what? All you have to do is exist in the warp gate for 3 minutes, and boom,
Yeah.
shoo, shoo,
It's
shoo,
so
just keep
strange
chucking
though,
them.
because Planetside 2, as a medic, when you pull out your revive tool to heal or revive, you are taking a risk. You no longer have a weapon, and it takes a certain amount of time to revive someone. And then
Pull your
they
weapon
just
back out.
delete that mechanic entirely by adding a nanite cost grenade. I don't even know what it costs, 50 nanites, 100 nanites,
50,
whatever.
I don't even, something cheap. Doesn't
Something
even-
super cheap, and it just does all that work for you times 10 instantly. It may revive those people with 50% life or whatever, but instead of reviving one person with 100% life, you're reviving 10 to 15 people with 50% life at the same time.
Yep.
So let me put it to you this way, Nept, because in Battlefield, dead bodies don't fucking capture points. Well, guess what? In Planetside, they kind of do.
They
So
do. Yeah.
you can wipe a whole point full of people who can barely point their gun at you, and some guy outside the wall presses his G key, and now there's 7 guys at 7 different angles that are now back up revived and shooting you. So sorry, bro.
Yep. It's one of the most ridiculous things, and I feel like it is just. I feel like it just ruins a big part of him, because so what happens is like when you have some like point hold going on, eventually you'll get to a point in the capture timer where you'll just have people start suiciding in, and then that's when the Reznades start coming out, and eventually it just becomes too much, and then the max suits start coming in on top of all the other max suits, making that nice little stalemate, by the way. But then you have the maxes trying to break the stalemate,
It just
Oh my
incentivizes
God.
the most brain dead gameplay styles of just
Yep.
either get
Mhm.
more people or you didn't cheese hard enough. Like get more
Exactly.
people. Like that's
Nature Planets.
there are 2 fucking strategies for all these people, man. Is the medic ball have more pop, like just dump way more pop, or actually 3, or just mass pull maxes, That's it. That's the entire playbook for 9 years. That's it.
Yep.
I remember, and this relates to the Battlefield story, but it relates back when we were learning Battlefield 3, when we had first picked it up. We never played a Battlefield before, or most of us hadn't. We were playing in a TDM or something. It was just a pub, and I watched 4 Omni players. One of them died out in the open, and then I watched another Omni player rush out without any smokes and try to revive him, and died trying to revive him. Then the third one, and then a fourth one. And I don't yell at my friends very often, but I lost my shit on them because it was the dumbest fucking thing I had ever seen.
Yep.
And that was the last time an Omni member has done something like that. But to think that sort of play is rewarded in Planetside is mind-boggling.
Yep. It quite literally is, and it's been that way for years. Pretty much the game's entire existence. I mean, definitely since I've started playing.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
but what can you do? You can't. Are they going to change it now? Like, if you change that, of course, that's a lot of the,
There's a lot of
there's a
mechanics
lot of
like
stuff
that.
like that, man. But
yeah, a lot.
It's like I'm trying to think of what the hell. What would they do? Like, what would the players do?
Let's talk about this, actually. I think this is a good little pivot point here, because Planetside 2 is not like Battlefield, where it has a lifespan. Planetside 2 is a, how would Jimquisition say this? A live service where you have a
Just an
membership.
excuse to make a shittier game and release shittier content stretched out over time. You guys can lose me with the live service shit, all right?
But I think if they were to make a change like that, they should. And the player base will have to deal with it because you're not going to make Planetside 3. Everyone keeps wanting Planetside 3. I personally don't want it with the developer team and the resources they have right now. They're either
Especially
highly
the way companies are
underfunded,
now.
highly
Yeah.
understaffed, and unexperienced working with spaghetti code. You know, you could be a developer right out of college and be so happy, and you land a job at Rogue Planet Video Games or whatever the company's called, and you open up their code, and it probably looks like shit. And I cannot confirm or deny if they've cleaned it up. You know, I feel bad for them working with that because it's passed hands so many times.
I don't understand what from Planetside 2 makes anyone think that we need a third game in the series just to fix all the problems that we won't touch in 2.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I
mean,
mean,
But
something I actually wanted to touch on earlier was when, and this is from way back, when Baddie was mentioning he wanted more infantry gameplay, and I don't know how this is going to be received. Those of you who remember them, but do you remember the caves that they added near the end of Planetside 1?
a close combat update, right?
Yeah. What would you guys think about something similar to that for Planetside 2 with a restricted number of people and like properly designed more, not that the caves were, but
It already
they had
properly
it. They
designed,
had
like,
Battle
urban
Islands.
stuff.
it already
Yeah.
exists.
Yeah, they've been talking about Battle Islands for years. Battle Islands was a huge discussion point in Planetside 2, and it got a lot of us hyped up. They would show it off. People with observer cams would go on PTS and show it off, and lo and behold, it never came to plan. And then Planetside Arena was announced. It was supposed to have all these cool game modes, close quarter game modes, but they marketed it as a battle royale, and it fucking flopped. And they shut the game down and wasted millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't remember.
It had to be millions.
But bro, we got so many asset flips.
So
from
like
that game.
they were supposed to do all this and they never came out. And I'm actually surprised Oshur is coming out because Oshur was talked about in 2016.
Yeah, long fucking
They showed
time
it
ago.
off in 2016 and then we kind of forgot about it and they never talked about it. And then Rel comes out of nowhere and is like, "We're bringing it back, boys. We're bringing it back. Oshur's coming out. No Battle Islands."
First they addressed all the foundational issues in the last year that were really hindering the game. And now that we've got that out of the way, those pillars and foundations of the game, we can move on to the things that we want to do, like Oshur.
And I just have a feeling that Oshur may hurt the game more than it helps because I recently have been having some really poor performance issues. And on my system, that should not be happening. I've never had this issue before. I was always maintaining 200 frames per second at most bases on every continent. And recently I've been dropping down into the 60s and 70s. And I have no clue.
They make a pill for that now, bro.
I have zero clue what's been going on with the performance in this video game, what changed, but I have a feeling that Oshur, just like the containment sites, may not come out completely optimized. And it's going to be a recipe for disaster, not for the casual player base that plays at 60 FPS and below, but for players like us who like running at high FPS. I've been having the issue. I don't know how many other people have, but
I also just feel like, going back to it a little bit, that Oshur is once again, it's just going to be another content dump. It's like, we have a new continent. Okay, cool. Have we done anything to address the foundation of the game, which is the infantry combat? Not exactly. What, we nerfed Nano Weave by 10% movement speed? Okay, that doesn't change anything on live except for Jaeger. What else did we change? Nothing?
I mean,
No.
and to answer your
Implants?
question, Nept,
Okay.
I would love to see some close quarters stuff, but they've talked about it and they've never came out, and all we have is Jaeger 4.
All we have is Jaeger.
It's less like, I wouldn't want to see this, and more I don't trust that they'd ever do it.
Yeah, well, especially with like the way, like, so everyone's always talking about people talk about Planetside 3, but it's like with the way that game companies are now with the FPS market and the way games just come out half finished now, it seems to be the case for most titles that I've seen in the past several years, games just coming out half finished. I wouldn't trust a Planetside 3 to come out right now for years.
Like, who's writing the code for that
Exactly.
right now? Like,
yeah,
What engine is it going to use? Is it going to keep using Forge Light?
Yeah, it just doesn't. It just it's too many. It's just no. I just don't trust any
At
company
its
to do it right
time
now.
when Planetside 2 came out, it was fucking mind-boggling. Because I think at one point it did support 3,000 players per continent. It was fucking insane.
There's
Like,
a lot of players.
that's a lot of players on a fucking server per continent when that game came out. They put millions of dollars into this video game, which I do now know there is proof that the game makes a profit, not in debt.
And for the time, like, this game was a fucking technical achievement.
Yes, the
Yeah,
way it
huge.
performed at 30 to 60 FPS with that many players and the graphics that it released with was fucking insane. It even had
like
NVIDIA PhysX. Yeah, exactly. Modern hardware of the time when this game released may have only been able to run it at those low frame rates, but fucking Christ, nobody gave a shit. The fact that there were 3,000 players on a continent was insane. Per continent, and there was, what, 3 continents at the time or 2?
Multiple servers, right? As well, the same thing.
Yeah, you had
I mean, obviously
Matherson's,
Waterston. But I mean,
Waterston.
obviously, you would have different. Servers would have different populations. You wouldn't have every single server filled to capacity. But like, the fact that it could even do that back then, and like nowadays, you couldn't even. In my opinion, you couldn't even. I couldn't fathom that at all. I would. I would be questioning every single little gunfight that I would have. That I'm just like, I should have been more accurate there. I felt like I was more accurate, but was I? Was the game fucking me? No. Was I fucking myself? Did I fuck up? It's like a lot of gunfights nowadays. When you're in big fights like that, you just question yourself.
Well, I don't know if you'd question
wasn't the
yourself
time
if you played the game right now when it came out. There was a honeymoon phase where it was a spectacle.
It was like a holy shit moment. Like, what the hell? This kind of game exists?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I remember that in Planetside 1, I mean, I'd say that was an even bigger jump at the time. Like,
Mhm.
nobody had really done anything like that. And I think the way Planetside ran for many years after they, sorted a few things out, it was I've never had another gaming experience like that. And that's why I'd kind of like to see a Planetside 3. I think Lex brings up a good point, like who's going to code that? I think there are companies that could, but they're probably, more interested in other games. And I I kind of doubt that the current company could code it, but it would be nice to see like updated infantry combat. I feel like Planetside 2's infantry combat is a little clunky. I don't know how that's going to be received amongst the Planetside players, but to me, it feels a little bit clunky at this point. It'd be nice
Yeah.
to see that smoothed out, like a little bit more movement. I mean, a slide has become pretty standard, mantling has become pretty standard.
Well,
Um,
the
and
screeching would just be
oh yeah, oh
unimaginable.
yeah.
Unimaginable.
But that's I think why like a different game is better, because like a lot changed from Planetside 1 to 2, and there was there were people complaining in the community, but a lot of people were just happy to see a new game being
Yeah,
made.
you get
And
that buy-in right away. You want a new game.
yeah, and you are able to shift focus from what the game was to like, okay, well, we want to revamp how, for example, and again, obviously I would love to see this, but like more fights between bases and then infantry combat as you got into bases or areas that are specifically made for infantry combat. And you could redesign all of that with another planet side and shunt people towards it, instead of now if you tried to make, like you guys are saying, for example, people would riot if they removed res grenades, and that would be like the goddamn
It would.
easiest thing to do, and thing that they should do, right? Like it to me it sounds like somebody saying, and this is hyperbole, so before somebody takes this out, but like, you know, oh, why should we give this racial group rights? They've never had rights before. We can't change it now. You know what I mean? Like, it's something that you should obviously change. And it's a game. It's
Yeah,
an element in a game. It's not nearly as severe, whatever. But something that you should obviously change. It hurts the game's
there's
longevity and health.
there's a lot of that sentiment with legacy stuff in this game. Like,
Yeah,
A lot. It's actually unreal.
yeah,
Like,
it's crazy.
Like, if you talk
This-
about max suits, they've been in the game since Planetside 1. You talk about someone's max suit, you get assaulted verbally. Like, if they...
Oh, yeah.
It's not a joke. Like, there are players that
It's
are just
mostly
like,
4, bro. It's so easy to kill me.
do not touch the things that I like that I've been doing for...
yeah.
yeah.
And
it's
again,
insane.
that's why the reset is good, right? If you're able to say Planetside 3, like we're building this. This is hypothetically, assuming a studio were able to do it
Yeah, of
competently.
course.
That allows you to reset all this shit, because if you can't get res grenades out of the game, which is insane. And I use like such an insane example because like in the gaming world, like obviously in a civil rights movement kind of sense, we're talking about actual people is much more important, blah blah blah.
Of course,
But
yeah.
to me, it's like as like insanely stupid an argument, like res grenades are obviously a bad thing. No risk reviving through walls and floors are obviously a bad thing. And if you cannot get the community to even acknowledge that, then now it's time to move on to another game and have that reset, And I think that's why Planetside 3 would be a boon if somebody could make it properly,
See,
which is obviously a big if.
I definitely see that side of it. It's just I just do not trust the companies nowadays to really do it right.
I
so to
mean,
speak.
Yeah,
a key
that's
point
fair.
would be the same thing with Dice and Battlefield. You guys really trust? Did you really trust Dice to create a game perfectly? It's the same thing here, where we have a track record. We're going off of a track record. The developers have switched hands so many times. I don't think we even have like a full-on developer list right now. Can we trust the developers we have right now to do this massive undertaking of creating this new game? Will
No.
they get the
No,
funding?
absolutely, you
I
cannot.
don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
Will they get
Not
the
enough-
funding? Will
not
they
enough
be able
manpower.
to create the engine? Because Forge Light was specifically made for Planetside, and then they used it for H1Z1, and you saw how much of a disaster that game was mechanically. Looked like crap and felt like crap to play. It's the same engine. Planetside was able to do something crazy with Forge Light, but they would not be able to get away with that now.
Right.
It's like, would they
Yeah,
have the
for sure.
money and the knowledgeable staff to do it? No longer SOE.
No, absolutely not.
No, far from SOE. I remember back in the day with SOE with
I miss SOE.
Nept. Nept. You're older than me. You probably remember this game, Star Wars Galaxies, with SOE.
I didn't play it. A few of the Omni guys did though, and they really enjoyed it.
I was
back
very
in the day
young
before
at the
the
time.
changes.
I was very young at the time playing it with my dad, and pre-CU before the whole NGE update came out, we got when NGE came out, we just got shat on because we almost had a Dark Jedi Master character in pre-CU, which was absolutely unheard of.
Yeah.
And SOE, I don't know. It's just companies always find this way to just, especially nowadays, they just find a way to shit on a specific part of like the whole community. You know what I mean? Like they just they just find a fucking way, no matter what. Whether it's through updates or one or two little change, I don't know. It just Planetside specifically, I've always felt our side of the community compared to like all the LARPing casual milsimi portion has always just been shafted in some way, and the community definitely reflects that. I mean, when it comes to all the people that play max suits, it's like, oh, barely see for me, bro. Just decimated me. I'm behind 3. Good luck. It's like that meme. Good luck. I'm behind 3 NGs. Shit. Like, I don't know. It's just been the history of gaming that I've noticed. Like, there's always a part of the community that gets shafted, and it always seems to be our side, unless you're talking about games like Quake, for instance, because most players in Quake are players like us.
I mean,
for
we
the
got
most part.
fucked with Quake
That's-
Champions anyways, though. And you guys
Yeah.
got
Well,
fucked
that
with
actually
UT.
reminds me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually reminds me of something I was gonna. Yeah, we got fucked with Fortnite. I can't blame
Yeah.
Epic given how much
Yeah.
Fortnite is made for them, but I would.
I
have been
know,
nice
I
if
did-
they shunted a little bit of money
I
to finish
wish
that.
The UT Fort, man. That's the game I came back to FPS to, by the way. Was UT
Yeah.
Fort.
Yeah, and that's a great game. We still play it sometimes for like cross training for the Omni guys,
Mhm.
right? Working on mechanics.
Zyros told me. Yeah, I almost
Yeah.
reinstalled it. I was like, you know
I
what?
used
maybe
to
I'll play
like bring
UT
them in
again.
there and terrorize them a bit, like
Mm.
in like Institute duels or something. But
I have to get my hit scan back a little bit, but yeah, I might reinstall it now. We'll see. I might reinstall it.
I think part of the problem is like these, and this is going way back to what we were talking about, like these casual player bases, and I'm not saying that in like fucking casuals, I just mean like the
Mhm,
casual
yeah.
player bases.
Yeah.
They want everything made easier on themselves. Like the res grenades, I'm sure fit into that, right? Because they're not punished for their poor play. Battlefield's movement changes. When I spoke earlier and said I hated Barbleduck, I should clarify. The reason he annoyed me was because he was arguing back when Battlefield 1's movement was good. He was arguing that it should be nerfed into the ground, and Drunks' team eventually nerfed it into the ground. And his argument was that if you're firing an SLR, right, like a battle rifle, whatever, a single shot rifle, shot semi-automatic, and somebody is at range and is like strafing left and right, you can't hit all of the bullets. And he said that if you're fighting another person, another SLR user at like medium range or something, it's completely up to luck because neither person could hit 100% of their bullets. And that is obviously stupid. That's a dumb argument.
And I
Because
think that comes from using the Model 8 most of the time for him. So you have 5 bullets.
which we used, to be fair, we also used, but what you're comparing isn't like, he sets up this false dichotomy, right? Where you either hit 100% of the shots and are able to, or it's luck and skill based. But in actuality, the better player might hit like 70% of their shots. The worst player is going to hit like 30% of the shots. Imagine if somebody came into you in Quake and said like, well, we should remove the rocket launcher because
good luck with that.
I got into this conversation today.
We should nerf movement in Quake because I'm noticing that even these pros can't hit 100% of their railgun shots, and it's like, no, like there's still a skill difference. There's still a skill gap, right?
Dumbest shit ever, man. Like, it's funny because Quake's movement system wasn't even intended in the first place. That's the funny thing about it.
Oh yeah, I mean, same as Tribes, right? The skiing was a happy accident.
Yep.
But this casual, to a casual that and somebody who's not particularly well versed in like logic, that sounds like a good argument, right? And it's a good argument, quote unquote, because it fits with how they want the game to be slowed down to
cater to that.
Well, let's actually talk about that in Planetside. Another happy accident that occurred in Planetside was what is it? The movement, dancing. Shuffling. Yeah, I couldn't think of it. Fucking shuffling. Unintended gameplay mechanic where you can shuffle and fuck up your hitbox and do things to make it harder for players to hit you. There was a recent update. The Nanoweave update was specifically done with a 10% movement reduction because, and this I'm gonna kind of like paraphrase from Rel's quote here, and that was to nerf the good players from shuffling and destroying new players.
I think he mentioned peaking in that too for some reason.
Yeah.
Didn't you mention like players? I don't know what that was. Like peaking, like movement speed. We never really care about that when it comes to peaking. Like we're already in the position. Like the movement doesn't really matter. We're gonna still be at a right angle. We're never gonna peak from like. I could go on, but go ahead and continue.
It's like that shuffling mechanic.
That's why I don't use it anymore.
It became so common now that a developer picked it up and purposely nerfed something about this unintended game mechanic. And back when it was, I don't know who first did it. I believe it was Therum because everyone called it the Therum Shuffle. I believe Therum did it in a match against AC in Farmers. Recursion versus AC, Therum. Which you'll never find the video of for some fucking reason.
No, it's there.
Oh, it is? There's another one that you'll never find a video of. But he shuffled in that tournament and everyone was blown away and was trying to figure out how to do it. Now everyone
still won, by the way.
Yeah. But if you were to have seen it, there were these players that were ahead of their time in Planetside 2, like Vonic, like Therum, like Nivex, Vizzy, pretty much a lot of AC, a lot of DA were all ahead of their time. And
that Visigodo?
Yeah, Visigodo.
Yeah.
Ahead of their time with mechanics and knowledge of the game, that players nowadays think that, I have this knowledge and mechanics of the game, I'm good. No, it took you fucking 9 years to get that good. It took these players 2 to 3 years, maybe even less. And they were posting content when it was even harder to do.
It's a good segue for me, Baddie, because when did I start playing the game?
2018.
2018. When did I start getting into Jaeger?
I have no fucking clue. I wasn't around.
2019. Less than a year. How did I do when I got into Jaeger?
I don't know.
Hume will tell you. Zyros will tell you. I didn't start shit. I started out pretty good playing against people with 250 to 300 plus ping, which is inevitably harder to play against because they're very aggressive because they're forced to play aggressive. You have to literally pre-fire incoming peaks as you're going into whatever building you're fighting in, like whatever base you're fighting at. Like, playing against that kind of stuff is a lot more mental than having to sort of, I guess, react in real time. But that's a good little thing. Like people always talking about that shit. Like, oh, I can do all this stuff now. It's like, well, people were doing that years ago. It's the same thing with me. Like I've always.
It's a recency bias. There's a lot of
Uh-huh,
fucking 5 years too late guys who
a lot.
basically know nothing about the history of the game that just talk
Uh-huh.
all the time. Like
It is, yeah,
you see
all the
that you
fucking
see
time.
this in like every sport. Like you'll see this with
Tons.
the NBA, the NFL. Like, oh, this generation beat the fuck out of this
Mm-hmm.
generation. You have all those
Yep.
discussions. It's the
Yep.
same thing.
Same exact thing. Yep, you're right. I see it all the fucking time. But yeah, that goes back into what Baddie said. It's like there's just players that, I mean, they just learn shit quick. I mean, me myself, I could speak from experience. Mordhau is a great example. Baddie knows that. Mordhau is a game genre like chivalry. I've never touched that in my life.
The game is fun.
Within less than 200 hours, I was already being asked to play in a comp team. For a game genre I've never touched. I was already beating players in duels on dual servers that have had several thousand hours in chivalry.
It's actually a good
It's-
conversation to have with
there's-
your background of games that you've played and how much
Mhm.
effort have you put into one video game that transcribes into. I will make a wild assumption, Nept, and say that the reason why you are so good at flicking and controlling your mouse is because you played UT competitively.
Oh yeah, that definitely. I was actually talking about that. I keep fucking saying that. I talk too much on my stream. That's why. But I was talking about that on my stream, and I was saying that somebody was asking like the difference between like talent and the limitations of hard work and that sort of thing. But
Yeah, I'm familiar
I
with
mentioned that
quote. Yeah.
like a lot of people have trouble with the twitching around or the flicking or whatever. Some people get it and are able to do it on stationary targets, but then they falter when the targets are actually moving, especially quickly. And
Mm.
the irony, I suppose, there is that I started aiming like that specifically to hit players moving very like spastically, very chaotically in games like Unreal Tournament or Unreal 2 XMP, where like they're never standing still, right? And
Yep.
not only are they never, it's not like never standing still in Battlefield where you're doing this little shimmy back and forth. It's never standing still, like rocketing off of walls, and
Mhm.
boosting all over the place. And if you try to slow aim that, you're never going to hit them. So the twitching onto them meant that you could just intercept them for that split second and get the shot off and then do
Yep.
it again.
And you can adjust if
Um,
it's off a little bit, etc.
exactly.
Which
And
adjustment.
like that's carried over into basically every shooter I've ever played.
Yep.
And you know, I had this conversation today in of all places, the Revisect General channel. Okay, how games like Quake and UT, grandpuppies of FPS, are outdated mechanically and functionally in modern day shooters, and that if you were to play Quake or UT now, everything you learn in those games would never transcribe into modern day FPSs.
Oh, that is
That just-
completely
That's
incorrect.
completely
This is a
incorrect, yeah.
conversation I had with
the whole
someone.
Omni team would tell you that.
This
Like,
is a conversation I
the
had with
guys
them.
well, that person is wrong, nice though they may be, I don't know. But like we often use UT for cross training because you go into UT and you learn you
Yep.
can just do simple insta-jib fucking duel or DM,
Yep.
which is like, not complex, but it requires a shit
You
ton of
learn.
mechanical skill. You go into Battlefield and you're like, oh, everything's standing still. Like nothing's moving. Your brain learns to process
Yep.
at a
I want
faster
to jump in
speed.
so bad, but I'm letting you speak. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. All you.
No, like with stuff like that, like with UT and Instagib in general, it's like, oh, you're just pointing and clicking. Well, no, you're learning position, you're learning map sense, game sense, you're learning twitch aim, flick game, twitch aim adjustments. You're learning all of this fucking shit just from simple Instagib that will take you into any FPS because you're having to read the movement of someone trying to do jiggle strafing or someone trying to do a long strafe and mix that shit up or trying to do that
Yeah.
double dash shit. In UT4, you had people crouch sliding and wall jumping and shit depending on where they were, all that shit. That carries over to in every single FPS game, especially nowadays, because most of them, if not all, are watered the fuck down.
That's
You
why you
don't-
get people
Yeah.
complaining about someone sidestepping back and forth in the same 45 centimeter
I'll make-
area of dirt.
look,
It's
look,
like this is
Yeah.
embarrassing,
Look,
bro. Like, come on.
Eternal Crusade, let me tell you, was filled with that shit, and I pissed off that entire community for years before that game sunsetted, and I quit. I had players in that fucking game. I mean, most of the people that were playing were probably like 40 or 50-year-old tabletop boomers who couldn't operate a mouse to save their life. But I had people literally complaining and saying that shit, Lex, where it was literally like, "Oh my god, you're moving left and right too fast. You're exploiting. You're cheating." Huh? Have you touched an FPS game? What?
Yeah.
Like,
And like Lex was saying, it's insane. Like it's like the perspective shift from people
Uh-oh. Happened again.
playing
Yeah.
UT or
Quake,
Quake
4
and
years
like
old.
you just got good or you didn't too. Now Battlefield or whatever, and it's like you're moving too fast because you're stepping left and right a little bit, like slowly. It's still slowly. It's like a quarter of the speed of fucking
Yeah.
UT, but it's too fast for them and they want it nerfed.
I know.
And you're like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I come from Quake. I played Quake. I'm 27 now. I played Quake 2 at 4 years old. That was my first game I ever played. First game.
Guy came
Like
out of the womb
whoever
with the
makes the
sticks.
first like actual like real good like revolutionary war simulator, like it's a hit because no fucking
Yeah,
movement. You
people
just
love
stand
it.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's
Except
a
the accuracy
difference.
on the guns
There
is
is a
such
massive
die to an
difference.
infection.
I do want to say something about other tac shooter video games, Squad or Insurgency. There are things you can do in those video games within the confines of the video game that put you ahead of everyone else. A guy named Severar was perfect at it. He got banned for doing it. And in Rising Storm 2, he got achievements because of him, because he'd go behind everyone with a fucking pickaxe and pickaxe everyone. And then he would go around with the fucking RPG, create the RPG Dream Team, and take out every fucking helicopter he saw with the random ass RPG.
I love doing that with him on Anlau. Oh,
but
so fun.
It's like you have all these in the confines of the game things that he's doing. Like in Squad, fob hunting. All he would do was fob hunt. Fuck what everyone else is doing. I'm going to destroy some shitter village real quickly, and I'll get back to you soon. Like, there were all these cool things that you could do in these games within the confines of the game. But he only knew how to do that because of his background, which was finding a way to beat someone that may have been better than him with positioning, movement, dodging, things like that in arena FPSs and in CS when he was pro in CS and pro in BF2. He has this amazing background that allowed him to do all that, and he made content for it, and it happened to be funny.
Yep, he's a great guy. I'm proud to call him basically one of, if not my best friend online. And I gotta go down and fucking smoke with him at some point. I don't even smoke, but I will smoke a fucking cigar with him. I don't care.
Yeah, he had to clarify real quickly. Which chat was gonna start questioning real quick.
Yeah, we're like, wait, Leroy, you smoke? Oh, why did I just do a posse impression there?
No.
Where the fuck
But
is posse,
that was a conversation basically I had with a guy in the Revisec General. Which, arena FPSs will do nothing to teach. You look at someone like Leroy who plays in 2018, and in 6 months he's where someone like I'm not gonna say this to be facetious, but somewhere where Lex is in 6 months. But then you have the players that have been playing since 2014 that are finally getting good now because there's no real competition playing the game. And they're like, look at me. And
you can't say that, dude. You can't say that. You're going to make people upset. Very, very upset. You can't say that.
Well, it's the hot Reddit
take. Will have our heads.
We talk about the community. Here's the community right here. 5 years too late. You're late.
Yep. That's the way it is. And the only reason I was where I was is because of just how much video games I played and just because of the mindset. The mindset is the biggest thing. So what Nept said earlier about the whole talent and hard work thing, talent only gets you so far without hard work. Hard work always has to be a part with the talent. Talent can only take you so far. Look at somebody this is a good, I want to explain something. I want to go off of this a little bit. So if anybody's familiar with League of Legends, no, it's a MOBA game, of course, not FPS at all, but this is a good explanation. It's a good example. If anyone knows who Faker was, or is, Faker has a lot of talent. When he came into the scene, he was shitting on fucking everybody in Korea. Everybody. Won multiple world championships. He's like an absolute icon in South Korea. Does commercials and all this shit, has all these deals. He has a lot of talent. But when you get to how much he works, how hard he fucking works, that man plays that game a ton. Even with his status, even when he was at the top, he didn't stop. He played at least 10 to 12 hours a day, all the time, on top of everything else he was doing. That dude works harder than most of these people ever will. with all
think
the
you do.
and with all the talent he
I
has.
think you do have to separate the just playing a lot and also,
With the
use
mindset.
what you d-
Mindful
yeah,
practice.
What you
yes,
do.
what you do with that time when you're
Yes.
playing, because
Yes.
you don't
Yeah.
necessarily have to play 18 hours a day to be good. I can play
Yeah.
six
You have to be
3-4 hours, and if I get something good, shit, even an hour, if I get
Mhm.
something productive and useful out of that, that's good for me.
That's
Exactly.
It's the right way. It's with
That's-
anything, really.
Yep, Rafa went into that too. Rafa said when you're practicing and you feel like you're not getting anything from your practice, you need to take a break and come back later.
It's actually a philosophy, and I remember talking about this with someone. I looked it up and some research on it. It's a scientific theory that, even studying, you're studying for a class or an exam or for your job, if you study too much, there are negative results too. It's the same thing with practice. You look at football players and baseball players, they're not practicing fucking 10 to 12 hours a day per day. They'll do like maybe a workout and switch it up and things like that. It's a mental thing. I forget what it's called. I
what
could
you're talking
easily
about,
look
but
it up.
yeah.
I had this discussion with Bilko actually.
Mhm.
It was you practice for a little bit and make sure you're practicing the correct stuff, which
Yep.
I guess is another good segue to a non-drama version of content. What do the content creators right now, without naming names, create that helps new players go into the right direction? Or is a lot of the new content opinionated with bad takes that lead players into a bad direction?
Mm.
Like,
I feel like the content creation now.
and this can be
It's
general. This can be for any
yeah.
FPS game.
I feel like a lot of it. I'm just gonna. I can use Planetside specifically, but definitely for other games, it's like a lot of it is just general, run of the mill, easy content to create. You don't really go in depth about anything. It's very basic. It's stuff that people will more than likely pick up, even if they're casual. Like almost all the casuals will pick it up. It's never anything really in depth, if at all. It's always very basic, tip of the iceberg sort of stuff. You never get down under the fucking water to see what else is there. And I can reference my improving to aim video. I only did one. I wanted to do more, but I only did that one. And I talked about, how to, raise your sensitivity, lower your sensitivity gradually rather than just jumping right into it and, not working off of pre-built muscle memory, etc. And trying to, sort of perfect or refine what you already built, so to speak, while also building new habits on top of it. And I feel like that stuff is very important to have, but we're almost never going to have it because I never really saw a reason to really make content like that. Because it's like all that stuff isn't really going to reach the player base or the casuals, so to speak, or the audience, I guess is the word, that wants to watch videos like that. They just want like instant, I want to do X, Y, or Z, and automatically I will feel better about when I play the game. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to want to do all that little nitpicky, like perfecting like their sensitivity, going into shit and just practicing flicks and all that shit. People aren't really, maybe someone will do that, but I'm not going to do it for very long. But people generally don't seem to be committed to that in FPS games specifically. They're just looking for instant gratification, sort of like a microwave society sort of thing. They just want their shit immediately. They don't want to really put any effort on their own side. And I feel like content is sort of reflective of that as well. Like it's always just rehashed shit from what I've seen. It's never anything interesting that I go and I'm like, oh wow, that's interesting. I never knew that. I'm just like, I knew that years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I am.
Hey, go ahead, Nept.
Go ahead. I am by no means a content creator, but the little bit I have been streaming the last couple weeks, I do actually notice a fair number of people asking how to work on their aim or how I aim that way or whatever. And I think that with the like aim trainers becoming more popular, people are looking more towards that sort of thing. They're not necessarily sticking with it.
Mhm.
Some of them do, but a lot of them will at least try it and will improve a little bit. But I think there's more of an attitude towards improving the mechanics than has perhaps existed in the last decade or so. Because for the longest time, people didn't. They just didn't practice it, or they'd
Mhm.
try to get better in their games by scrimming. And the the metaphor I always use is it's like, and you can tell I'm Canadian because it's a hockey metaphor, but if you are trying to improve your
Yeah.
slap shot, like what are you better off doing? Are you better off going and practicing your slap shot, like 100 slap shots, 200 slap shots? Or are you better off going and playing a scrim where you might get one opportunity to take a slap shot, right?
It's actually a good analogy.
All that to say that I don't know how content creators are leaning these days, but it does seem to me, at least anecdotally, that I'm getting a lot more people asking about how to aim properly instead of
Mhm.
this, like,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't mean to cut you off, but that slap shot analogy
oh,
is
no
pretty
worries.
good because it's like, I think that's in terms of aim, it differentiates mechanics versus mental. So when you
Mm,
play in a scrim, it's like you have to do all these extra things to get into the position to actually, do the slap shot. Whereas you can just,
yeah,
aim trainers are basically the, practice slap shot 200 fucking times. You know what I mean? But actually
yeah,
playing in a scrim, it's different. You get to the whole
yeah,
mental aspect of it and how to actually get to that position, everything else that happened before it to actually be able to try to do it and see if you can hit it.
I actually
I use
prefer watching people like Rafa not just stream their gameplay, but people like Rafa. I mean, when you're at the top of your game, who do you have to learn from? You have learning from your peers, right? But he has these self-analysis streams he does, and recently he did one on the Maestro Land tournament he went to,
Yep.
where
Very
he
informative,
goes
by the way.
over literally every decision. He will literally pause the fucking match every 2 seconds. Every fucking 2 seconds to describe it, because that's just how Quake is, in UT. It's like speed chess. Every decision matters. Every movement, every click of a button matters. And he'll discuss this and go in depth about it rather than someone maybe like me, I'd say, because I'm nowhere near his level, right? Going over what I do, because it's going to be different from what he does. But like content creation from a top player in their game, you're going to get a lot of people that ask you a lot of things. But I would actually prefer people like you or Rafa or let's say Leroy, Lex, or I, or Zyros, James, anyone in these communities that know they're at the top of their game, have so much experience, asking those questions towards us rather than those questions towards a major content creation user. And don't get me wrong, there are some content creators that are really good at their game that have a massive audience for their game. Let's look at Enders and Baranox and the guys on your team that hold a massive audience and are able to. They're really good at their game. They know what they're talking about, regardless of the content they put out, which can either be like, rage filled or whatever. They put out good information. We don't really have that in Planetside.
Mm-hmm.
We have Kami, who I don't want to list any names. We have a couple of content creators. A couple of them are really good at what they talk about, and a couple of them get involved in things and discuss things that are kind of hurtful to the game, and they have a large audience support them. Basically, a large audience of yes men.
I know you said no names, but like it does bring to mind. I was watching this one player stream Planetside the other day. I think his name was Jamesified, and he was just so negative, just
James.
consistently negative,
Damn.
and like not a very good player. And I was like,
Damn.
wow, this makes me not want to play Planetside.
You know what?
So,
I don't. This makes me not
feel
want to
you.
be part of his team or be his friend anymore. So
James is a fucking muppet, bro. Oh man, and he's in chat. He's like, bro.
well, I mean, what do you think, Lex? I know we've talked. This will be the last time we probably talk about this, but content creation, like in general, how is it helping or hurting, or is it helping or hurting?
I think there's a authenticity and authority problem. I think a lot of people that have big followings, a lot of the stuff that I've said this before, but it's one thing to make a guide on how to teach somebody how to play the game in the first 10 hours of the game, and then it's a totally other thing to have be virtue signaling and going through all this shit about how you should play and like you're bad for the game and blah blah blah. And I know that we do that on our side, so it is kind of hypocritical, but at the same time players like us are speaking from a form of authority. We have the fucking chops and we've put the work in. We have the resumes for that. A lot of you other guys do not. And you like to pretend that you do. So there's a real, you're not speaking from any authority, okay? So just knock it off. And the authenticity thing, I think you know exactly who I'm talking about. Not going to say names or anything, but that's a real thing with people. If people look, people are fucking stupid, okay? But a lot of people are not as
Yeah.
stupid as a lot of other people think. And if they detect that you are inauthentic in any kind of way whatsoever, they say, fuck you, man. I don't care about that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
and what Nept was saying is that people go, I would much rather see players come and ask like actual good players and avoid going after the big content creators and asking these questions, because some of them are good, but some of them are just kind of average. You know, your average player might just be just as good, but the guy's really good at content creation. You know, he's really good at editing. He knows how to get clips. He's charismatic. All this other stuff that goes
Yep.
into it, where you
Yeah.
might not be the best player. So I think there is actually a hunger for people that want this mechanical knowledge, right? Because there are still guys out there that are mechanically skilled and they shit on you. And at the end of the day, if the guy's shitting on you mechanically, it will make most people who are like actually interested in the game be like, okay, wait, stop. This is a real thing that I have to address about the way I play the game. So where am I going to get that information from? Like, and you get to a certain point where you can watch two different people play and you're like, I'm gonna ask that guy and not this guy, you know.
Mm,
So uh,
Yeah,
it,
it's
there's needed stuff from these content creators, but there's some points where they just need to shut up and, you know, recommend that they go watch somebody else who, you know, has the
yeah.
chops.
That's kind of
You
why I
know,
want. That's sorry, no,
go ahead.
just 1 second. Yeah, that's kind of why I made that video in the first place, because it's like that information is basically just not
And he's
readily
referencing his
available.
aiming video.
Yes, that's why I made that video, is because I was like, there's really this information is just not readily available, because I mostly just told that to people through DMs that ask me personally, which I will always respond to anybody that needs any aim help or anything. Baddie could tell you that. I helped him when he started playing Quake again and all that shit. And I made that video because of that specific reason. You can't get that information really anywhere else, from what I've seen anyway. You can't just get like you can't just throw up a tutorial video and you get someone trying to tell you how to, refine your sensitivity, refine your aim, refine your flick shots, your crosshair placement, your twitch aim, your tracking, all this other shit. Like, you can't really find that anywhere else, and that's why I made that. And maybe I'll make a second one. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. Depends on how I feel, really. But my whole thing was like, I just don't know how many people in at least the Planetside community specifically actually want to do that with their gameplay, because most of them just don't really care all too much. They just either sit in vehicles, max suits, overpop, bolt baby, sit 200 meters with an 8x scope or some shit like that. Like, there's not a whole lot of players that are, I mean, I guess like myself. Like, it's a very much a vocal minority, I find.
Yeah. Nept, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I think Mr. Twizzler there, like that's definitely good content to make, and I think that you'd be
Mhm.
surprised perhaps at how many like maybe they're not clamoring for it immediately, but
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
people see it and they're like, oh yeah, that's useful.
You will have a good response.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the other thing I was going to say was it's interesting in the Battlefield community because, and I don't know how the Planetside community content creators are. The only ones I've really watched to any degree have been like James and Zyros and the other friends I have, the Crooked or
Mm-hmm.
Baddie,
The
that sort
homies.
of thing. But
Yep.
um, in Planetside, you've got like some highly skilled players like Enders and Baronox and Focus who have big audiences, right? They're partnered streamers. But then you also have the not so highly skilled players like Westy or Level Cap. I don't know how Westy is. I don't know the guy at all. Never watched his videos. But Level Cap, something that struck me when I watched his videos, and he used to make Planetside videos way back
Mhm.
in the day,
I was
back
gonna
when I
say, I
played.
I remember seeing a couple of those on YouTube
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
and
He's dog
he
shit.
yeah, he's not a great player, but at the same time he acknowledges like, hey, I'm a veteran player. I'm pretty good at this game compared to the average player, which I think is fair. Because the average player isn't great. And here are
Yeah.
my opinions on
Oh
the
yeah.
game, and I often disagree with the direction he wants in the game, but at least he like acknowledges, for example, hey, I'd like this game to be a little bit slower, and he puts forth an argument. And I don't love it. I don't love that approach, but I understand where he's coming from. And he's not pretending that he's something he's not, right? He's not pretending he's this esports champion of Battlefield or something. He's just like,
Yeah.
I've been playing Battlefield a long time. I'm experienced with it. Here's my perspective. And I think that sort of thing is nice to see, because sometimes I look at and I mean, I say this of my own players too, right? I look at their content and it comes across as like a little harsh. Like it comes across as forgetting that a lot of people play these games just for fun, right?
Yep.
And
Mhm.
there's a big difference there. Like there are those of us, sure, who love improvement, like self-improvement, getting better at the game and
Of
really
course. Yeah.
challenging ourselves, pushing ourselves. But there are a lot of people who just want to play a game for fun with friends, and I see that content being kind of made and almost like blaming those people. You know what I mean? Like, how dare
Mhm.
they play this game for fun?
How dare they have fun?
And
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, and like I think those who are willing to improve are,
So it needs to be a
great. That's
compromise.
wonderful. Yeah, and I hate it when casual players get aspects of the game that I like removed, but at the same time, like most people are playing games for the game's sake, not to challenge themselves, sadly,
Mhm.
but
And to
Yeah.
couple it, I mean, the console audience past couple grown tremendously. I mean, you have the
yeah.
people who literally sit in the living room after work. Their kids are fucking at a babysitter right next to them, and they play for an hour or two and call it a night. It's
Yeah.
not their gospel that they play and love every single day. It's just like, yeah, I got to burn off some steam. Let me launch Battlefield, and crossplay is really coming to really fuck that up too.
Yeah.
Crossplay's
Well, it's the
everywhere
only
now.
thing keeping the game alive for me.
Exactly.
Like on
Yeah.
Rush before they removed it, like I can't imagine. I don't even know if I would have been able to find a game if I had crossplay turned off. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
I
just
feel like
like
crossplay is gonna just be a thing.
it's
It-
just like that casual audience now. It's like what everyone seems to be describing right now is what we talked about a little bit earlier, which was that perfect balance. That perfect balance of casual to competitive player. Like, what can we remove that helps the casual, but what can we do to help the competitive player?
Yeah, but what you can't do here is have the false equivalency that it's we're operating on the same level here. You can't
Yes.
make you
Yeah.
can't do the false equivalency shit because we are not coming from the same angle, man.
No.
Like that's not how it works. And the
I still think that you
developers
generally go ahead, sorry.
you need I think what you're going to say is you need to take input from both sides. If
No, actually I was gonna say, well, kind of, but I was gonna say you need to balance from the top. Like
well,
any kind of
yes.
minor
Yeah,
gameplay adjustments, you
absolutely.
balance from the
Everything.
top
And
and
this is the only place where trickle down economics works, I think.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think we've seen it.
What are you
We've seen it
talking about?
play
It's
out.
been wonderful.
Yeah.
But it's just like there's so many compared to take one of us. There's like that perfect ratio. It's like for every one of us, there's 10 dads at home sitting on their couch playing an FPS game on their Xbox or PlayStation.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's just how gaming has gone. The FPS market on consoles is massive. PC's always been, it's still up there, but it goes downhill every year. There's always a certain percentage change of PC players to console players. The consoles are
Fucking
selling.
Look at the esports, right? Like, look at the big esports games these days. It's fucking Halo and COD on console, where
Yep.
it's playing. The game's playing itself for these players.
Mm-hmm. It's insane. Like the aim assist from back in the day is not the same as the aim assist now. It's insane. I mean, Nat, I'm sure you've seen it, but there's that fucking famous Twitch clip on Halo Infinite of like, who was it? It was I don't know who it was. It was just a streamer, AFK, not at his chair. He's playing on a
Oh, and it was
controller.
following the dude.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
yeah, you guys know. The dude comes up and the crosshair's literally like this, following him, just like right behind him. All it takes is a little hit of the fucking joystick, and he's right on his fucking head, following him. And just
You have your whole arm, bro.
yeah. It's just oh my god, like aim assist back then never felt like that to me.
Only
ever.
in Halo. Only in Halo, but the magnetism was not that bad back then.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the magnetism's the big thing. It's like aim assist never felt that obvious back in the day for me. I do not remember it being that bad. Nowadays, I see shit like that, and I'm just like, crossplay is
It will make me not play a game just outright.
literally. Yeah, exactly. It's like
Well, the thing I was getting at, and kind of related to what Baddie was saying, or rather, like something game developers have to watch out for, is that it's classic Dunning-Kruger, right? Like these people have
Yep.
no idea
Yep.
have no idea how much the game is helping them. If you go watch any of those Halo Championship series, watch the comments. Just make a comment about auto aim in there, and you'll see them all go livid. They're like, auto aim, there's no auto aim in this game. There's barely any auto aim. What are you talking about? PC players have an advantage. And it's like, mouse keyboard players have a massive advantage. They have no idea. And I don't mean this in a mean way, like these people are stupid. I just mean this in a like typical human cognitive bias way. They have no idea how much the game is playing for them. Absolutely none. And you cannot trust those people for balance input. You can't, because they don't even know that they're being helped with like the primary mechanic of the game. How can you trust them to give you feedback on anything?
Gunplay or
And how will
anything,
they
it's
ever
easy-
know?
Yeah.
It's the definition of
No, they
stupidity.
It's like asking your average, and I'm sorry, I'm going to offend a lot of people here, but it's like asking your average rural Republican what they think of climate change analysis, right? Like, it doesn't matter what they think. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, it's whatever Tucker Hannity told them that
Yeah,
night.
I'm glad you can't even remember his name. I think that speaks well. of you.
God bless.
Oh man. Well, he he is a parody like Alex Jones, according to a court document. But
Yes, it's just an act.
but
We have the documents.
Listen, I'm kind of stupid. Okay, I'm kind of stupid.
I don't think that's what he said.
yeah, that's not what he said.
That's not what he said, but I'm not gonna say it.
Thank you. That's fine though if you did. But it is like I don't know. I've been saying this a lot this fucking week. It's the definition of stupidity when you talk to a console player. They're stupid, but they're not stupid. But they're still stupid because they don't know why they're stupid. That's the definition of it. They have never played with a keyboard and mouse, so how would they know that they're being helped with a controller when they've never played keyboard and mouse? But they'll say it's not helping me because they're stupid.
Well, because they don't want to either they don't know, so they can't admit.
Yeah,
But they don't want to believe that's the case, I think.
Yeah. They don't want to.
And that's it, right?
Yeah, quite literally.
Because if you, and a lot of these people think that they're good, right? They attribute that their aim in game, like they get like 50-60% aim on the controller, and like, well, that's me. I'm good at this game. This is my identity. And for somebody to come in and say, that's not you, that's the game doing that all for you, they're like, that's an insult against them, right? And how they perceive themselves. So they'd rather not believe it.
Let's talk about someone, Leroy, and you know him well. There's a guy who plays Quake Live with a PlayStation 2 emulator controller. He rebinded everything. He rebinded literally every key to work on his controller, and he still fucking dumpsters. He may not be at the top. He may just be above some of the shitters, but the fact that he's playing on a PlayStation 2 controller in Quake Live,
LG and Clan Arena pubs.
yes,
And hitting Railgun with a PlayStation 2 fucking controller.
no aim assist.
No aim assist.
He knows that if he played on mouse and keyboard, he'd just crush you all. So he's trying to be nice. He's just,
I never got the reason out of him why he decided to go through all of that, but he plays the game regularly. I see him in lobbies all the time, and he's always at like the middle. He's never at the top, but he's never on the bottom. Like, he's better than Pasha and Gribbled if you play Quake Live.
Oh, Jesus Christ, he's way better than those fucking people. Oh
but like, you see him play, and you can see the analog input, but there is no magnetism or aim assist. He's literally railing on fucking 100 FOV.
Yep. Like with a controller, and somehow he hits at least 60% rail.
It's just a matter of he understands the mechanics of the game good enough to know that he doesn't have to move his cursor or his analog input much, because he's able to strafe aim. You'll never see him really move his analog stick during an LG fight.
Is amazing.
Yeah, he'll always strafe aim rail into a target. As long as they're right in front of him. If it's a vertical shot, you'll see him struggle a little bit, but most of the time he still hits it. It's that adversity he went through to go through and play on a controller then. But like, I actually think I asked him the question. I was like, will you use controller when you play like Halo and stuff? And he said, if there's not an option to turn off aim assist, I will not. Because he's so used to not having aim assist that
actually based.
Yeah. Because if he didn't have...
What a great lad.
Well, it would actually hurt him, because when you're strafe aiming, you with aim assist,
it's gonna grab on.
Yep.
It's like playing with acceleration versus not playing acceleration.
Yeah, at first when you're just not used to it, you don't have any memory built up at all.
Yeah, So it would help. It would hurt him so much because when you're trying to go left to right and aim, that aim assist is going to take your fucking cursor and go like this, and now you're off of your plane that you wanted to be on.
Maybe we're not giving Baddie enough credit. Maybe it would actually just hurt him like ethically. You know what I mean? Like it would be like a travesty to his set of ethics to depend on auto aim like that.
Oh, I've disgraced my family ever so much. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
But it's
I've
people
used aim
like
assist.
him who
We need
understand.
more people like that.
And
I
there
think.
are console
Yeah.
players that do want to turn off aim assist. There was a Reddit
I've
thread.
got
I saw it.
I've got to again give credit to two communities. One, the Hawking community, who didn't even have the choice. There was no aim assist in that game whatsoever for them, which was honestly the only time I've seen that. But two, the Battlefield competitive community on console banned in their own competitive events auto aim,
No shit.
which is kind of incredible when you think about it.
Holy
right? Like,
shit.
Gotta have to give them credit for that.
I wish I had a soundboard for this. I need a clap.
Well, don't worry. Lex gave us one. He gave us a round of applause.
There we go. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that guy's cracked. No, Baddie.
It's just what?
Next segue? What's our next one?
Oh God, let me look. Because I don't want this to go all night like last time. I have been time.
Les
By the way,
Grossman has a business deal to do. All right.
we
Yeah.
have been time stamping the whole time, so we're good. I have been in.
Good.
Let's take a question. Let's take a question from Discord. And now that Nept has some information about Planetside, this one is from Gord, who is a legendary aim trainer extraordinaire.
What is his name?
Gord.
Gord.
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. She said,
non-rhotic fuck.
she said, my question, why do you guys like Planetside? It's boring. And then she continued to articulate a little bit. She said, okay, but actually tell me the appeal to Planetside over other massive arcade shooters like Battlefield from a legitimately intellectual standpoint. It would be nice to see why others like something that I do not.
It's Battlefield with twice as long TTK and no balance for scale. With 3 factors.
Okay, no. Let me handle this one first.
All right, go ahead.
This speaks to my soul.
Yep.
And older Battlefields I won't speak to, but Battlefield 2042. I'm assuming this person plays that for some reason. Battlefield 2042 is like stupid Planetside, if you can imagine that for a moment. It's just like really stupid Planetside. Because in Battlefield 2042, in Planetside, there's like a purpose for things, right? Like vehicles. They're doing something, maybe not as much as Planetside 1, but they're fighting each other to some degree. They're pushing the bases. They help get you to bases. In Battlefield 2042, the only reason for the existence of vehicles, apart from like the Wildcat, which is mostly used for even people were using that for the same purpose.
They nerfed the shit out of that
purpose
already.
of them, they did, because of the reason I'm about to get to, is for farming infantry. There's no they don't need to move you from place to place. You can just wingsuit over with Sundance or spawn over on somebody. Nobody really uses them in any sort of tactical sense. It's just a bunch of newbies fumbling around in vehicles. And then you have people like Focus who are just reaming everyone, or when I was running around in the Wildcat, reaming everyone. They just use it to farm infantry. So you just get a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing, milling about as infantry with no particularly powerful counterattacks against the vehicles, just getting farmed. And that is what Battlefield 2042 is at the moment. And Planetside at least offers a little bit more structure, I would say.
I think well, I'll let Baddie do this because
No, dude, I'm too busy dying laughing because someone said Lex's facial muscles at 100%. Holy
What did they
shit.
say?
He said Lex's facial muscles at 100%.
Oh. I mean, I'm a very go ahead, Lex. What?
I think what you described is a very over idealized version of what Planetside 2 is, and then what you described for
It might
20
be.
and then what you described for 2042 is exactly how it plays out in the game. Basically.
Okay, so they're the
So-
same game with a longer TTK in Planetside then.
What did I say?
There you go.
The first thing I said.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
people in Planetside, our team specifically, Ziz, that were looking forward to 2042 because it was a modern battlefield
A lot.
and it looked so similar. It looked similar, and we wanted to come to it and play competitively
So you really
in
got
it.
your wish then? It's because it's
No,
apparently...
we did not want to play the same fucking broken game that we're playing right now. I did not want to go from playing Planetside 2 for 9 years to go to the same fucking game. Would just instead of the development team we have
mouse
now.
input, by the way.
Okay, but hold on. Now you have the same game with fucked up mouse input and far worse frame rate. So it's different.
No, not true
No.
anymore.
Faster TTK.
Not
Different.
true anymore. I get 60 to 70 frames per second Planetside. Haha.
Okay.
You're on a rig that's better than mine, and I somehow never dropped that low on a worse rig. Yeah, things. Not sure how that even fucking works, but
Yeah, but
Yeah,
no,
well,
like realistically, we would have wanted to go to Battlefield. Because
Yeah, but we all saw as soon as they said the 128 player thing,
we
all
saw
like,
it.
No! Don't.
And I
you don't
made a
understand.
video.
Don't do that.
I recently just made a video on this comparing the two games, and people say, "Oh, well, you can't compare them." Well, you fucking can, because it's 128 players, and the fact that Planetside has a smaller base, small fucking bases like a Paris Eastern Grove, that can
Yep.
support 96 plus versus 96 plus, which a lot of the time happens.
Support is a strong word.
Yeah, depending on if the fight goes well. But I have been there a couple times where it did go well with that many players. It only goes relatively well because of the kind of base game they have, which is they have squads, platoons, outfit discussions. They have, leader chat. This was a couple years ago, too, when the game was more outfit-oriented. Battlefield fucking has, 4-man squads for 128
4-man
players?
squads, no voice comms.
No voice comms, and you can't talk shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Although,
true.
honestly, that's an interesting topic that maybe you guys want to talk about. I don't know.
What is it?
It's a
What-
little...
What shit talk?
We're already
Oh.
here.
Oh yeah,
Oh, man.
let's go.
Yeah. Oh, man,
shit-talking
let's
and
go. I'm
efforts to
ready.
curtail it.
What
And
is it?
shit talking and efforts to curtail it, because I have to say, as somebody who has played games for 80 years, for a long time,
Old man.
yeah,
Old man yells at
Yeah.
cloud.
Hey, you're from UTM from Quake. We all know shit talk here. Trust me.
Passive aggressive
Believe me.
shit talking.
I have had everything, and I'm not going to say them because I don't want to get your stream banned, but
Uh-huh.
I've had everything through every racial epithet, every threat against myself and my family,
Yep.
my
A
my family
homophobic
members I don't
slur.
know. Yeah, transphobic slurs have become the rage in the last few years, but
Mhm.
across the board, everything. And I have a really thick skin. I'm
So do I.
a
Yep.
mixed race. I'm half Chinese. I'm half Irish. When I was a kid, I used to get a lot of racism, and it bothered me when I was a kid. And I solved it by beating them up.
Oh, whoa, nipped.
Yeah,
There you
let me
go.
tell you something.
With martial
I
arts.
tried reporting it to teachers. Yeah, but also no. Also just brute.
Oh, boy.
I'm sorry. I had.
Yeah. So
He had to get
no,
that
that's
one
fair.
out there.
I did do a lot of martial arts, but
Pick
you
him
know,
up
when
from
you
the
report it
airport.
to the teachers, that's what I say. I tell people if they want to fight me, I'll pick you up at the airport. But how would I say this? Reporting it to the teachers doesn't work, and sometimes people say violence is never the answer. Listen, no. Sometimes violence is absolutely the answer. 'cause
absolutely
if you
is.
report it to the teachers, they do nothing. If you report it to your parents, they can't really do anything. They'll say, teachers used to say, "Well, I didn't hear it." Wow, really? You didn't hear them call me a racial term right in front of you? Mind blowing. So you beat
Crazy.
them up, and they stopped. But after a while, it stopped bothering me.
Yep.
And I got into games after that, and at that point, fortunately, nothing bothered me. That being said, I don't think that other people should have to deal with that. I don't think that people should have to go into games and hear that sort of shit. And maybe an easier example is how many female gamers do you know who just get fucking assailed with all this creep shit as soon as they
Oh,
say
man.
something in voice, right?
Yep.
It's cringy as fuck.
Yeah.
And I get that people say that you should have thick skin, and I think that's a good thing on an individual level. I would say that anyone benefits from thick skin, but at
Oh,
the
yeah.
same time, I don't think they should need it. I don't think that they should encounter that sort of shit in games. I think that like to me, a lot of that behavior, like there's a difference, right, between that sort of thing and like just general trash talk.
Well,
But
of
even
course.
then, it strikes me as like, 13-year-old me versus like 17-year-old me in sports, right? Where like 17-year-old me was still competitive but didn't behave like a child.
Mhm.
I do want to say
Um,
something on that about like
yeah, go ahead.
certain communities are really good at gatekeeping that kind of shit. The Quake community is one of them, at least in my experience. I know of some QFL drama that occurred with certain people, but in terms of the servers that we play, we do a really good job because there are chicks that play with us, and
Yeah.
Yeah, there
they're
actually are
they're
many
fucking
different-
homies. They are fucking
Yeah.
homies, and the community respects them and defends them whenever fucking people come in. And the best part about it is that when someone comes in and starts shit talking someone for whatever fucking reason and nobody knows them, everyone, even the worst fucking players like Gribbled, go in on them.
Yep.
It's our community. And we do a lot of casual passive aggressive toxicity to each other, and that means shit talking each other all the time in either voice chat, because Quake Live supports both enemy team and allied team communicating together in terms of voice chat, and then we have team chat and normal chat. And we have the people who shit talk, but we all know everyone because it's a small close-knit community, so it's not really an issue. And even the chicks talk shit, it's great. But the moment some
Yeah.
random fucking dude comes into the server that we've never ever seen, he has like 3 games played, we can see his elo, and he starts talking shit to, like, let's say Christine or Cats.
Christine gets a lot of shit.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Cats, for instance.
Or Zyros.
Everyone goes into town. Yeah, Zyros, poor little guy right there. Like, they shit
Poor
talk
little
him.
Zyros.
Everybody goes in. But I think it's a community gatekeeping thing, because
Yeah.
you do see that cringe in, like, Planetside, where there is a chick. There's
Oh
a
my
chick
God,
that
dude, it
streams,
is
and she actually
everywhere.
has, I forget, Minu. She's a Planetside 2 streamer. I forget. She's your
Mayan.
Mayan. In
Yeah,
her
yeah.
Twitch description, she literally has, "Do not talk about my physical looks. Do not even mention if I look
Yeah.
good today." It's like,
Yep.
I
And,
understand the shit they
community thing
get.
is, I know that when Battlefield said we're not allowing cross-team communication, everybody was like, "Oh, blah 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 blah." Social justice warrior, libtard, whatever. But I have started playing Final Fantasy 14 recently. You guys know about Baddie? I know.
Mhm.
I
knows about that
fucking
game,
hate
right?
you.
I know.
I actually, I don't
After
hate you. I
playing it-
dislike you for bringing it up.
That's fair. But like, outstanding game, surprisingly well written. Period. Not just for a video game, but just well written.
Mhm.
But their community is very tightly moderated, so you can't go in and let's say something they don't have any like plugins that let you or tools in the game that let you parse damage or that sort of thing. If you were to go to somebody and you're running a dungeon with them and you said your damage was bad, you performed poorly, banned. You're banned. You're done. You're
That
not
happened
allowed to
in New
talk in
World.
chat anymore. And people might say, "Oh, that's restrictive," but let me tell you something. That community is the nicest bunch of people I have ever encountered, and you can perform terribly. Like if you go look at, like, you'll see videos sometimes making fun of WoW players transitioning, and I know we've moved off from FPS, but just
Yeah, that's
community
fine.
wise, WoW players
It-
transitioning
It's
to
applicable
Final
though.
Fantasy. Yeah, and they'll say like, the first time I tanked in Final Fantasy, we wiped a couple times and we finished and people were just like, "Don't worry about it, that's okay." Like they res me, got back, and at the end of the dungeon they all said, "Great job," and they gave me like commendations. I thought they were trolling me. I
Mhm.
legitimately thought they were trolling me. And
Yeah.
other people coming over from WoW, they tried tanking in WoW, they got made fun of, never tanked again. And coming over to Final Fantasy and like kind of carrying that almost like scared scared puppy kind of attitude over and being surprised when people didn't treat them like shit. And I think Final Fantasy would look exactly the same as WoW if it had WoW's moderation. Because it's not the game, it's the way that the community developed, and the community developed around those moderation guidelines that were put in place and enforced. And so and if you ever play Final Fantasy 14, you'll see everyone is super fucking nice. Nobody's creeping on anyone else. I mean, I'm sure you get the occasional thing, but I've never encountered someone being a dick in that game ever.
Hmm.
And the Battlefield community, let me tell you, I don't miss, being called the N-word 8 times a day.
Yeah.
because I happen to beat somebody in a game.
Yeah. That's
So
yeah.
That's important
I
for
get that
communities to
thick skin is
self-moderate.
important and useful. Yeah. But I think that the moderation standards that can be set by the company themselves can help craft that community, can help steer it in the right direction. And again, I think it's great to have. I'd recommend that anybody develop thick skin and not worry about what idiots are saying about you. But I also don't think that that's an excuse to,
Be a
direct
dick.
that sort of toxicity to somebody else and just
Yeah.
say, oh, well, you should have a thicker skin. And it's like, well, if they should have a thicker skin, why are you getting upset about a video game?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Well,
that's my rant on the story for.
yeah,
There you
and
go.
I do think people, going off the same topic, right? Because people who play games competitively, not in a competitive team or not in a competitive area, but just competitively to get themselves better at it, right? And Lex had this discussion with Shockter and I think me and a couple other people where anything can be competitive. A fucking pickup kickball game can be competitive. I think that's the analogy he used there.
Yeah. I mean, Halo can be competitive.
Yeah, like being competitive as a person creates that drama, right? Even Rafa is good friends with a lot of the people in QPL, and if you watch him stream a match against, say, Sib or Dramas, you'll hear Rafa bitch and moan about fucking rail, and then he'll be like, if he couldn't rail, he'd be fucking useless. And after the match, it's over. It's over. They're friends. There's competitive shit talking that is, someone can misconstrue as hateful, but that's just how it is. And it's how you limit it though in a group setting. In a group setting, it's very hard to have someone mauling and to stay in a positive mindset. And we had that issue earlier on in Ziz, and we quelled it very quickly. And I'm sure you've had that issue with Omni, where sometimes a match will be going roughly, and you just need to literally step up and say, "Shut the fuck up, let's play."
Yep.
I
heard that Zyros is quite the little rage lord for a while.
Oh my god!
Back in the day, he's a good boy now, but back in the day,
but I think that kind of shit talking where you're coming from a competitive sense is fine. But then it's when the fucking slurs come out. It's when the slurs and like they just keep coming and coming. And I guess it's weird nowadays because people enjoy getting those hate tells. I mean, I personally enjoy being told that I'm a worthless piece of shit because I creamed this guy in a fucking 1v1. Because then I'll just take a screenshot and post it and make fun of him.
Yeah.
But I think that's like a cope almost.
Dawson Fall, was it?
Oh yeah, Dawson Fall hate tells.
Yeah, that was amazing. I love that.
Beautiful.
Whoever set that up, that was brilliant.
Posse reads his own hate tells.
But I like AC had so many of them. They have a fucking they all thought AC were cheaters. Always cheating.
Yeah, always cheating.
So
Lex, how could you?
What did they go and make? They made a YouTube channel. I forget what it's called. Library of what? Alexandria?
Iraq, something like that. Yeah.
And it's just all of their players and all their old content, from Lex to Vizzy to older AC members. Just to
Nivex
prove
is on there as well.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Lex. How do you feel about shit talking? Do you like it?
It depends on the. See, I just don't like it to be dictated by, like, I use 2042 as an example with the removal of all chat, and we all know what that's about, and the stuff with the end of round stats and everything, and the removal of the scoreboard and all that. I don't want the company dictating to me, that kind of stuff. But everything now is everything has to be curated.
Yeah.
Why we don't have like the server browser anymore. Everything has to be match made. It's a completely curated experience. And I come from the days of, playing on GameSpy and all that other shit with the type communities and everything like that.
Yeah.
And now that's all gone and done with. And now it's curated by these people who most of them are out of touch with reality and live in their own little bubbles and shit like that. And I don't like that. Give me the option to turn it off, but don't mandate that I'm not allowed to speak or other people can't speak to me.
That's why at Quake Live specifically, Baddie already knows where I'm going with this. Quake Live specifically, when you get in voice chat with people, you literally load the game up, takes like 3 seconds. Find a clan arena server, hop in. You're already talking to people. Nothing, almost nothing is moderated. If
No.
someone's a dick, they're gone.
And it's
Simple
not
as
this.
that.
It's not the admins that really do it. It's the players in the server that are like, they fucking go after you. Like if you start saying crazy shit and nobody knows you, or you're just trash and you can't uphold, like Quake Live is the definition of skill. And if you're at the bottom of the fucking board and you've been in for the say 19 rounds that have occurred, and you're at the bottom of the board lacking like 3,000 damage, and you're talking shit about the guy who's at the top of the board on the other team, the guys are gonna go after you. It's not even the admins. And they'll force you out of the server. They won't even ban you. They'll just make you never want to play on it again.
Now, let me ask you, and I've been a part of some wonderful gaming communities, right? Like Planetside 1, the Conrad server was, again, still the best one I've been a part of. And it sounds like Quake self-moderates that stuff wonderfully.
It does, yeah.
What happens when you have a community that does not do that, or does the opposite of that? Who then sets the standard for that community and ensures
I have a
that
good
because I can
example.
tell you right now, if the Battlefield community self-moderated, you get like a whole bunch of KKK members in there.
I have a very good example for this, and it's Mordhau.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember back when Mordhau first came out. I think it was within a year that there was news articles about the game of unmoderated racism because of the time where the game was like taking place, like Middle Ages and shit, that kind of thing.
Right.
But the game had it was just a bunch of servers. I'm pretty sure there was dedicated servers, and then you had the community servers, if I remember correctly. It's been a long ass time. Almost none of it was moderated, and there were servers where, yeah, it was definitely out of fucking control. But the thing is those players that did do that really fucked up shit. Excuse me, what the fuck? The players that did really do that fucked up shit, they were dealt with, obviously. And it was just
the company?
by I think by Steam, because they got reported. Yeah. No, they were banned from the game for sure.
Yeah.
There were players that, I mean, I don't want to go into specifics, but when I would go into dual servers, I would see some.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see my eyes getting bug-eyed. I would see some shit, and
Yeah.
I would read some shit. The chat was, yeah. But the thing is like that is the kind of thing that I grew up on, as well. I was used to seeing shit like that because I mean, I'm old school. You're old school. We've all seen that type of shit in chat. I was shit talked for being trash at games until I got good, right? You can get good by getting shit talked into like, okay, I want to shit on these people that are shit talking me, or you get good by people helping you when you're down, so to speak, when not kicking you when you're down, so to speak, and then you got to find it within yourself. I found it within myself when I was very young. I was like 6 years old when I got tired of that shit. I was like, you know what, fuck these people. I want to shit on them, and I haven't stopped since. Even when I play casually, I'm just like, man, I want to play this game casually, but I don't want to get shit on. I just want to shit on everybody I play against. It's a natural thing. I don't even think about it. It just happens. But
I think it's important to note, though. Sorry, go ahead.
I do think that there is a place to make sure certain shit isn't said or doesn't happen. But I think to the extent that it is in certain games now, I think it's definitely over the top. Riot Games, when Riot Light used to work, he tried to do this way back in the day with League of Legends. He tried to, with the whole chat restriction thing, you could get chat restricted for not even like attacking people in chat. You could get chat restricted just for saying like fuck or shit. The game would automatically chat restrict you for a set amount of games. And that's the kind of thing that is why I'm kind of glad the whole, toxicity moderation thing isn't, more so over the top, because then you run into shit like that where you're punishing people that aren't even doing anything to attack people or make people feel bad, or God forbid anything worse than that. Like, that's where the problem lies for me, which is why I always err on the side of what Lex said. I don't want my experience curated or smoothed out or anything like that. I don't want it set in stone for me. I want to have the freedom to experience these things, and then I overcome them, whether it's through other people or myself, so to speak.
Right. I think it's still important to note, though, that in the example that you mentioned, Mordhau,
Mordhau's a very Jesus Christ.
it ended up with a company, and maybe not the developers, but the the like granddaddy company Steam, who's overseeing this, saying, "Okay, enough,"
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
having to set a tone there, having to set a
Yeah.
regulation. And
I'm not. I'm not
I
entirely
agree
sure
with
if
you
it.
and Lex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Like with regards to not wanting a curated experience, I think that like hiding the scoreboard is silly. I think that's a step too far. I
Yeah.
think that
That's like what?
not being able to select a server through a browser is annoying. All that sort of stuff I agree with, but I think that it's a like within reasonable limits, I suppose I don't mind it. And
Yeah.
you
I know what
mentioned
you
being
mean.
able to turn off the chat. I don't actually mind that idea, but I think I would start with it by default turned off, to be honest. And you could turn on the chat if you particularly wanted, and then I'd still have moderation for racism and that sort of shit.
Mm.
But I think like you're saying very much the same that I've been through, or that I imagine Lex or Baddie's been through, where people badmouth you and you just kind of the shit talk, you just let it roll off. But
Mm-hmm.
I wonder too, like how many people don't
It's it.
like they actually take it to heart, right? And then they're
Yeah.
just not playing the game
And
It's a
anymore.
lot.
And
it's
we
not
can,
that it rolls off though. It does get to you when you have a fuck ton of people.
yeah, it
And
can,
Lex
absolutely.
talked about this actually too. There's a reason why he really doesn't stream Planetside anymore. He kind of talked about it during our like 5-hour VOD. I don't know if you want to TLDR it real quickly.
I mean, it really doesn't have anything to do with like individual stuff said to me, because I've always been the kind of person who's felt like an underdog my whole life and like pretty much everything. So every slight,
Same for me.
everything I have to play, like I need that chip on my shoulder, and that
Right.
fuels me and drives me. And I understand there's people that aren't like that, but every little thing that is ever said to me, I keep that. I keep that right fucking here, and I remember that shit, and I use it, and it's definitely
Yep.
helped me, but it's also hurt me at times too.
It's a double-edged
Yeah.
sword. I know exactly. I have the same exact shit.
Because I have the same shit, like we're good at FPS games, so we get the generic fucking you're bad, fucking you're a neckbeard loser, go get a job, get out of your mom's basement
loser.
type shit. But then you get
Learn
the
to
people
aim
who
plus L
manage.
plus ratio.
Yeah, there's like the people who do manage to sneak through the cracks and like the protections that you've made, where you're like, what the fuck,
Yeah.
and sometimes it's a person that and you've been playing games with for years, and they just fucking like they hit you with that 180, and you're like, oh, okay, whatever. It happens in real
Right.
life too, where you have some random fucking person that you've known for a long time just starts saying shit to you, and it sticks with you, and you're like, oh, well, am I a fucking bad person?
Yeah.
They do. Everything will eventually sneak through. It's just you can't let it build up.
Yeah. I was just going to say that I think it's tempting for people like us to look at people who step away from the games because that stuff did get to them and say, well, oh, these people weren't tough enough. Look at what
Yeah.
I've achieved. I've managed to get through it and use it as,
Yep.
it doesn't
Not
bother me,
everybody
or
thinks
use it
that
as
way,
fuel
though.
or
That's the
something.
thing.
And
Yeah.
yeah. And like, I think that, ultimately, if you're playing these games competitively, you need to have a measure of that, right? Because otherwise you're not going to get very far if you're emotionally volatile and prone to being upset by what people are saying. But
Yeah.
like to experience the game, like I think that somebody should be able to hop into Battlefield and experience the game without being attacked. And if that, at least for me, and I'm not saying everybody has to agree with me, but if that results in like, maybe they remove the all chat, for me that's like whatever. I think that's probably, that doesn't affect my experience, because let's face it, the all chat in Battlefield. I when they first suggested doing it, or when they first found out they were doing it, a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's impinging on my freedom of speech." Not it's
Oh
impinging
God.
on the First Amendment, not
Oh
understanding what
my
that is.
God.
Yeah, but you
It's
sign
like,
an EU end user license to do it,
exactly,
man.
Yep.
All that shit.
exactly.
Yep.
And it's like, you fuckers weren't discussing like global politics of import here. You were just calling each other the N-word the whole game through. Like, you don't need that forum. There are other places.
I mean,
Shit.
whatever someone wants to say about that shit, you have the right to say anything you want, and they have the right to do whatever they want afterwards. So,
But you got to live with the repercussions.
yeah,
of your
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's not a one-way street where you could just get away with
No.
saying that fucking
It's not-
the
it's
gamer
not-
words.
protection from consequences.
Yeah.
Like Like if I go into a Quake live server, I 55% LG you. You call me the N word. You best believe I'm gonna make your experience a living fucking hell and hunt you every single.
And I'm not
I
gonna
think
lie.
I think an underlying problem here, though, that we're not really talking about is maybe a generational shift that's happening.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
that's not really talked about, and I don't want to be like the older guy that's like these people are just soft, but
I'll
there's
say it then.
there's kind of a level to this that we can all do the macho shit where you're like, we grew up with this and it built character and all this stuff and that and the
Mhm.
other,
I mean,
but yeah, go ahead.
I'm 23, not as old as you guys, right? Not a flex, but like
Got a flex.
I know the
flex.
generation that we're talking about here, and I didn't go like the college route, right? Like I went into the trades as soon as I fucking turned 18. I started being an electrician when I was 16, and this is just where I ended up, And now I'm fucking working a career that I love, and I make a lot of money I make a lot of money to do it. But I see the people that I know that went to college and they're completely different in terms of mindset because they didn't have to deal with 50-year-old people fucking yelling and screaming at them for 5 years until you got it right. It's almost like a catering thing I've noticed throughout my generation anyways, at least where I live. It could be different where you live. But where I live, they do have these things in college where they do let you get away with certain things and speak your mind without repercussion, and it's like the real world doesn't exist.
Like social media is a big part of that as
And
well.
social media was huge with my generation. My generation, at least my age group, anyways. I had my first cell phone when I was 12, and it was a flip phone that didn't actually connect to anything, and I just used it. And I fucking LARPed with it. I'll be honest with you, I fucking LARPed with it, bro, to get the chicks.
Yeah. Mike Tyson has a great quote for all this as well.
But
social media is, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say the quote, but Mike Tyson has a great quote about all this. Is like social media has made you motherfuckers way too comfortable saying shit that would normally get you punched.
And I was just about to lead into that. Was you have the Facebook and Twitter now, where back in the day when we were kids, we did get into small fucking fights, and there was the fucking name calling when we were in elementary school. And the middle school happened. It was all about fucking Facebook and Twitter. And then high school happened, and everyone, like, you talk to a person during the day at high school, and they'd be completely fine. And then the next moment on Facebook, they're posting about how their life is shit and they get bullied at school. But then you know them at school, and they're not. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Fucking Facebook and Twitter, man. MySpace.
It's cater. I don't want to say the word, but it's cater culture. And when people grow up without resistance, without some form of resistance in their life telling them no, and understanding what the word no means, you get the entitlement, and then the entitlement comes to wherever they go, and video games is one of them, where they feel entitled.
Maybe.
But that's an opinion. That's just a wild opinion based on my experiences.
I think it's also worth noting, and there's something I also wanted to mention, but I forgot. But it's also worth noting that the generation past, we had boomers like striking their children, that sort of thing, and saying, "Oh, that's just it toughened them up, and they learn to respect authority." And nowadays, that's actually illegal in a lot of countries, is striking your children. I don't know about how you guys parent, if you are parents, but generally it's frowned upon. Or it's frowned upon now. Like my parents got hit by belts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you found out somebody was doing that now, you'd be like, "What the fuck?" Right? Like, well, that's not acceptable. And I think that um, I I don't know. I don't know that.
It's a very loaded topic.
Sure,
Like
there's some like that generational shift. I don't know that in the same way, and then just going.
It's like you see both. It's like you can kind of see both sides of it. You know what I mean? It's like you could see like, okay, that kind of makes sense, but this also kind of makes sense. Like
this is what happens when we talk about shit talking.
Yeah, it's
obviously, right? There's value in struggle and overcoming adversity. I think that's a huge part of life, and it's an important aspect of it. But like, I also don't think that we should necessarily get to dictate what another person should experience, like that they should toughen up, or that they should deal with it.
Oh
And
yeah.
if they don't, then they're kind of and I know that's not what you guys are saying. I'm just
No, I know.
And to
Yeah,
keep
I
this
was-
on the
yeah.
gaming topic, anyways, too, about the controlling, what Lex brought up about, you know, kind of just taking the option away in general. For every piece of shit that says shit in all chat, there's always the people that do say good things. And I noticed this in Planetside. I make fun of it a little bit, but I never post anything about it in the game because it is nice to see that, you know, in all chat, there are people having fun and they're communicating with each other from different factions and they're talking shit, but in a game sense where they're like, oh, well, I'm the Vanu, well, I'm the TR, I hate the spandex, all that shit. You know, make fun of it, but it's funny. And, you know, there's people who are saying, oh, shit, what's up? You know, you would have never been able to have that conversation with OmniNept without that. Without the tell system, without the all chat system, when he saw you on Planetside 2, is that the
Oh, he would have
Neptunium
been
K?
okay. We were on the same side, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
We
but
were on
like,
the same
there's a
side.
lot of times where I've seen old players that I haven't seen in years
Yeah,
on other factions. I'm like, oh shit, what up? You know, like, you know, I haven't talked to you in a long time.
yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of good
Although
experiences.
these days, I just get people adding me on like the actual, Origin app or whatever.
Yeah, but you
But
know,
yeah,
it
I get
is
what you're saying.
for every good there is bad. It's the yin yang.
My point is simply that I think that ultimately these companies, what they're trying to do, even if they've done it clumsily here, ultimately they need to implement some moderation so that like it's no longer acceptable, whether it's a generational thing or whatever. It's no longer acceptable that people are running around throwing racial epithets in the
course,
chat. It's no
never
longer
acceptable.
acceptable that they're running around like bullying people. And I agree that it's wonderful if a community self-moderates, but I think that in a lot of cases, and in Battlefield's case, absolutely, that's not a realistic expectation.
No, games are just too large now.
Yeah, and so like I don't think they've nailed it. I think they've gone way too over on the other side, and we should have a scoreboard back. We should be able to like communicate with our team and have server browsers, whatever. But I do think some form of stricter moderation than we've had in the past would benefit the community by and large. Is my point.
Mm-hmm.
And let's
No,
use it.
yeah, I agree with that. It's just it's always that gray area, like with the whole League of Legends thing. It's like there's always has to be a balance. You can never hawk it too back or hawk it too much forward. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's always that gray
Yeah.
area is really hard
Yeah.
to really find the
And
balance in.
you fidget with that, right? And figure
Of
out
course,
like, okay,
yeah.
what's the best? I think they'll be revisiting some of these legacy features, quote unquote.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Let's use this just to kind of like segue the stream into somewhat almost like a break here. Do any of you guys want to do like a quick like 20 to 30 minute Q&A from chat?
No, I'm down. Yeah.
Lex and Nept, would you be okay with that?
That's fine.
No issue with that. Absolutely.
So let's take a quick little like 2 to 5 minute break here. Chat, if you guys want to get some questions out there, I'll leave this fucking hanging out for now, and we'll get to them. We'll get to whatever we can, and if we miss your question or we don't think your question's gonna, kind of result in a conversation, there's always going to be another cast, and then there's the Discord for future questions. So we'll be back in like 2 to 5 minutes.
damn.
All right, we're back. We're back, chat. So we got some
return.
questions to answer. One guy asked, favorite bits of Planetside 2 player lore.
Oh. Oh.
The
want
Nivex
this.
curse clips.
I want this
The
one.
Nivex, like Higby following around Nivex, because everybody just thought this man was just like back. This is like back in the day. He's at 3 kpm, killing 200 players per hour, like just murdering everybody. He was just a machine. And then Higby was like following him around and shit in game to see and check them out. And he's like, "No, he's good. He's good."
Yeah.
There's what's the other player lore that I
There's
wanted?
so many. There's this
There's
Sinist and Casual and all that stuff, and
Yep.
it's just.
There's the love triangle between Cheese and Rack. I always thought that was cursed.
Oh my god.
There was a lot of cursed stuff back
I mean,
in the day.
the only player lore that's me is that I just don't have hair anymore, so it's that's all me. And Quake.
And Buzzcut Psycho is like part of the elusive lore, especially after everything he's been through in terms of...
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that one.
Yeah, Buzzcut
the
Psycho
WoW-
getting a U.S.
the WoW
representative
stuff.
after him, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah. Jesus. Planetside has had quite the fucking character. Like, this is actually something I said before with Planetside. Planetside lore itself doesn't really interest me whatsoever. It never did. But the player lore, let me fucking tell you, my friend, is very interesting when you've heard the stories that I've heard.
Even the like this isn't well, I guess it's kind of player lore.
All the
but
Briggs
James
lore that
sent
I've
me a
heard.
video.
Ooh.
James sent me a video after you guys, I guess, or Ziz had lost in the
Which one?
in the
Which
final
tournament?
because of the Zyros curse. It was like from
Was
some
it-
anime.
It was Fiji? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. That one was. I loved watching that.
Yeah, I thought that
that
was
was
hilarious.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved watching it. Oh my god.
So
Oh.
going
I might
on
rewatch
to
it
the
now that you
next
mentioned
one,
it.
we're gonna skip what the point of life is. We're gonna skip Planetside 3 EA. I'm pretty sure we talked about that.
Point of life, bro.
We have a question for
Shit.
Nept. Question for Nept. Given his, this is from Lizard. The previous
Lizard.
question was from 68_75_67_68. Lizard
Great
says,
name.
question for Nept. Given his exposure and experience, barriers to participating competitively in new games/communities. Your experiences? Question mark. How you overcame them. What is it that you do for Omni now?
Oh, that's a number of questions. Okay. Barriers to participating competitively. I think the biggest barrier for any given game is whether it's going to be able to support competitive play. And I don't mean like, is this going to be an esport? I think we spoke earlier about how anything can be kind of competitive, right?
Yep.
And people compete in whatever they enjoy, and that's wonderful. But games have transitioned from a dedicated server file structure where you would just send the server file over to a third-party host, and they would have the servers up for you. You pay a monthly fee, whatever, and anybody could host competitive play, right? Because they could adjust these server settings and have private servers. Nowadays, your developers don't tend to release those unless you're really lucky, and so you're entirely dependent on whether they decide to support competition or like let you make private lobbies. Battlefield 5, for example, didn't include that capability until like a year and a half into the game's lifespan. So nobody, we tried a test cup. ESB ran a test cup where they
I heard about that.
introduced Squad Conquest. Yeah, and we had to go into servers and ask people politely to leave. So that we could
Wow,
like
my
run,
God.
and you can imagine knowing people
Jesus.
in the internet how that went, right?
That's like I don't mean to cut you off, but that's like Planetside 2
No
Jaeger in a
worries.
way where you Baddie already knows the amount of times there's a pog match going on and they're on a map that's reserved on the Jaeger calendar. You're just like, hey, leave, go, get out.
Get
But
the
bro,
fuck
we
out of
only-
here. Nobody
but
fucking
bro,
wants
we-
you here.
But bro, we're about to start the second half, and oh my god, yeah, it happens. Go
and
ahead, continue.
it's hard. So that is a problem. We won that one, and then we were just like, let's never do this again because it was an awful experience, and we didn't come back to 5 as a result. A couple of our players did, but the team as a whole didn't. So you're dependent on the developers' whims, basically, and that's kind of a sad thing. I'd say that's the number one barrier to entry. There have been a number of games that we would have loved to have played competitively and just couldn't because of that server structure. The other barrier to entry, I suppose, is who you know. You know, like you
Yes.
need to kind of, in some communities, stumble across the competitive scene. It's not like highly advertised. And then that's kind of a matter of like watching or meeting the right people and or searching around. You can usually search around on Google and find something. And I guess the third thing is, and maybe this is the actual point of your question, how do you become like good enough to play competitively and get on a team? And my biggest recommendation there, and the thing I tell anybody who's interested in, a lot of people are like, hey, like what are the standards for Omni? And just work on your mechanical skill. That's the big thing for me. Other
What I
teams
tell
have
people all the
different,
time.
yeah, and it'll for any game. If you have strong any shooter, if you have strong mechanics, strong mechanical like skill, meaning your mouse ability and that sort of thing, you are going to be able to pick up on the other stuff more easily. If you're able to just snap around and win fights, even if you don't know the game well, you're going to be able to pick up on the tactical side, the game
Yep.
sense
Mhm.
side of things very easily. I've
Mental
never
aspect
had
becomes easier.
somebody, yeah, I've never had somebody who had really fast reaction times, who had really good mouse control, who couldn't pick up the tactical aspect. I'm sure that person exists, but I haven't met
Very
them.
rare.
And
Definitely
I've
not
had
rare.
the other side happen a lot, where people have learned to depend on their game sense, and they've never picked up the mouse mechanics, and they just can't get it for whatever reason.
Yep.
So that is how I would suggest overcoming them, I suppose. And in terms of what I do for Omni now, it used to be that I'd play kind of clutch roles, I suppose, like sniping and like roles that were difficult to pick up and had severe consequences if they're borked up. Lately, I've been trying to set up the team such that I don't necessarily have to play. And in the last couple tournaments we won, I didn't have to play, and that's great. And it's largely because I don't like Battlefield. I don't love Battlefield. I'd rather
I mean,
spend less time in Battlefield. If it were like Unreal Tournament or something faster, I'd still
Quake,
be
please. Ugh.
playing.
Yeah.
But like I describe it as like I'm team mom. You know what I mean? Like I have to get everyone into the minivan and drive them to the soccer practice, and like one of them strayed off and like has a tummy
fun,
ache
it's
or
your
something.
game.
Yeah, and it's like okay, like get into the
Uh,
practice. You know, it's a lot of that. I also help.
Mhm.
Fortunately, we have a lot of bright people in Omni, and so we develop the tactics and strategies together and the training programs together. But I've help on that now, so it's not so bad. And sorry about the ramble. That's about everything, I think.
That's fine.
Cool.
That's good.
Awesome. We'll hop into Super Tank's question. Why does Baddie seem to moderate 90% of the Discord linemen? Is he following me or am I following
Because
him?
of his accent.
Well,
that's
it's
one.
not because of the accent, might be, but also I have a lot of experience with bots, bot development, understanding how they can work, understanding how a Discord can be successful. So it just so happens that I don't know, I say the right words and I can help, and that's what
Okay,
it's
more
about.
specifically, says the right words in that accent, and
Yeah.
they immediately just give him
Yeah.
love.
You know, he goes over to the corner store
Fucking
for
cock
buy
smoker.
something for, fucking cock smokers over there buying shit for $1.25. You
Be
know.
quiet, hog liquor. Moving on to Jamesified. Do you think modern game releases, mostly talking about FPS, should lean towards free-to-play releases with cosmetic purchases as the main monetization? No. If you can make a good game, hey, charge the game and only the game, and then when you want to release more content for your video game, if it is good, it's good.
Why do we skip over that now? Like make a good game first and then worry about your monetization.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Because free to play still fucked over Halo. It's the same shit, just a different format. Just fucking make a good game and then charge for it.
I will note quickly that I think the monetization comes into play in terms of a development perspective from a much earlier standpoint than we as gamers
That's
usually
true.
appreciate.
We can't. It's part of the thing now, right? And so what you
Yeah.
said is from the beginning of development. So maybe what I said, make a good game first, is not, it. Yeah, Yeah, I agree with you with there.
Yeah.
I was just thinking like Warframe. You guys remember Warframe? It's still
Uh-huh.
great,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
They had to bake that. They baked that free to play idea and the ability for players to like create content, create skins and that sort of thing, right? And into the very game itself, and the ability to rapidly update and keep that pipeline quick and easy where they could just keep pushing new content and keep players engaged. And that had to be built in from the very beginning. I think if Warframe had said like, let's release as a $60 game, it would not have had nearly as much
nowhere
success.
Look
near.
at Path of
Yeah.
Exile. Path of Exile is the same thing.
Yeah.
They baked in the idea of creating divination cards and creating armas. You had Lightning Coil, which was player made. You had all these things, shields, player made, custom leagues, and they're free to play game. They started as a small studio, and now they are massive. They are still free to play, and they're owned by Tencent, kinda, but Tencent allows them to stay their own identity in America's fucking, I guess. So, I may not like the game as much now as I did in the past, but the game still makes a ton of money from the supporter packs, has a great community, and they started with the free-to-play and struggled through until they started being successful, which took them about 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I remember early on with Path of Exile because I started when it came out, and I wasn't really into those games like that back then. I kind of just stopped because I was kind of in my whole League of Legends thing at the time, and my WoW private server phase at the time as well before I came back to FPS in 2016. But it wasn't really like people talked about it back then, Path of Exile, but if I remember correctly, I think when did Diablo 3 come out? Baddie, do you remember?
2010.
It was around, it was like fairly close to when Path of Exile came out.
Path of
in
Exile-
11?
It was like 2012.
Oh, yeah,
2011,
Path of
2012?
Exile beta was 2011, late 2011 or early 2012, and then they released. I remember I played beta. It was around the time Diablo 3 had their fucking auction house drop.
Yeah, it was always between Diablo 3 and Path of Exile at the time, and then eventually Path of Exile started to.
They had
really
the best
picked up.
situation possible because Diablo 3 was a commercial failure.
So
They made a ton
failure.
of money, but a failure in terms of game quality.
Yeah, absolute failure.
So they capitalized on the Diablo 2 audience by saying, hey, this is the Diablo 2 experience modernized. Here you go.
Yep.
So,
Got Diablo 2.
but free-to-play video games in terms of FPSs, I mean, what were the ones in recent memory? We can't even remember. Warface? Planetside 2? And, I don't know.
What about Apex is free to play, right?
Yeah,
Is it?
Apex is free to play.
I think so. Let me
Yeah,
check.
I think
I'll check
I don't.
right now.
Yeah, I don't actually remember if it is or not. I mean, it's like the free to play model thing is like.
It is.
CSGO wasn't always free to play, though.
Oh, Fortnite would be another one, right?
Yeah.
Quake Champions used
Apex.
I don't think Quake Champions used to be free to play as far as I know.
No, Quake Champions, CSGO,
When-
and I believe Fortnite in its earlier stages were not free to play.
Yeah, Quake Champions
That's
became
right.
free to
Fortnite
play.
in the very early stages. Wasn't
Yeah.
It was a couple of years with Quake Champions where it became free to play, and then that's when it had that gigantic player boost, and now it's back to what it was before. Although it has a bit of a bigger following now because the game actually has when it started, you didn't have crosshair sizing, you didn't have all this other shit that Quake games normally have with all the customization, particularly Quake Live and Quake 3 Arena.
But
Quake Live especially. I mean, QC's still missing per weapon config, but that's whatever.
I think,
QC's a more complete game than it was years ago.
the next question is really good.
Mm.
It's from 1TR DeRosa Baron, who's an old-timer Planetside 2
okay.
player. Question for all. In your early days of FPS gaming, Planetside 2 or other, did you focus on any of your stats in a particular when playing a session? If so, what stat line left you satisfied with your session? Or is it a bit nonsensical to focus on stats in general? Where's the line there? I guess I'll start. Stats back then were more prevalent because it was meta to focus on stats. You had stats.da, which had all these lines. This was before FISU came out and everything, so You know, first it was
Is that when they're running around with the medic tool to increase their...
yeah, when you ran around with your medic stim kit to basically
yep.
pad your stats. So that's why there
Add
was
your KPM.
we
That's why
added a
people did
med
it.
kit padder to the DA stats because of that. And there was just a lot of funny stats, but it first became KD, then it became KPM, then it became LPK, then it became SPK. It was a bunch of fucking bullshit meta that wasn't even made by the top players. It was made by the midfits, because midfits would use stats to fucking correlate skill. And nowadays, I just don't even give a shit. I don't run recursion. I don't care about my fucking headshot ratio or my accuracy. I care about how many kills I'm getting and how fast I'm getting them, and if I'm staying alive. Lex,
Yep, that's the only thing.
how do you think about stats? Because I love your opinions on.
He takes a sigh. He's like, oh
I
man.
actually have a video on. I had a whole video on stats, or a couple
think-
videos
I
that
think I
break
saw
down
the video you're talking about.
every single stat on the DA stats page and its relevance and all that stuff. So
Mhm.
I don't even know if I still have all those videos or not. But
Burgers flipped.
Never forget, cheeseburgers flipped. Never
yeah,
forget.
I mean, it's like it's a good tool if you want to gauge any kind of improvement. You know, if you're that kind of player, but you also have to every stat needs some kind of context. Even like you take IVI, which was another popular one that still gets used a lot. It's like someone with a 2000 IVI might lose to someone who is a 300 IVI like a couple times in a row. I mean, at the end of the day, well, first of all, I can say for myself, is my characters are so old and shit that playing for stats is completely moot and pointless for me because I can't move the fucking numbers because there's too many numbers.
Yeah.
So
How do you think
that-
I feel? How do you
I
think I
mean-
feel with my main character? My Beetlejuice has like what 150,000 kills on it now. It's like, why would I give a shit?
I think it's a good way to maybe use it as a soft gauge to see how you're playing relative to how you performed in the past. Like there's some soft like numbers that you probably want to get up an inch towards to be, more relevant in the game. That I think definitely correlate to success when you're talking like infantry combat and stuff like that. But at a certain point, like certain numbers over a certain amount. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's a control point centered close quarters combat type game where killing the most guys has an impact until there's a revive grenade. So
Yeah, for my whole thing with the stats is it's between two stats, and you cannot you can well, realistically you can't really keep them separate. They have to always intertwine. It's KD and KPM. You can't have KD as it stands alone. If you have a 10 KD, okay, if we don't know your KPM, you could be sitting in overpop the whole time. If your KPM is low, I mean, you could be
this is
sitting
why
in
I said
overpop
it's
as
all
well.
contextual.
It's all contextual. Context in this stuff matters. If you have a high KD, low KPM, you're probably sitting in overpop more than likely. You have a low KD, high KPM, you probably don't position yourself very well. You die more often, but you do get kills. If you have a high KD, high KPM, you're clearly doing something right. And that is basically the only thing in stats that I would even remotely give a shit about, which I don't. I did early on because I first started the game. I was like, okay, I want to, get to some fucking threshold. But after a while, I'm just like, it doesn't fucking matter. I mean, you just play the game, you learn it naturally like how you always do, how I've always done, and those stats will naturally be there just by you naturally learning the game.
And it's important to realize too that over time you'll just know if you're doing good or bad. You don't need a fucking number to tell you if you're doing good or bad. It's just like, oh, I'm having a shitty session versus I'm having a good session comes down to personal experience. And it's more of like, how good you can be. Are you performing that well? That's what it really comes down to, in my opinion now. When I log into Planetside, it'll either be a 5-minute session or a 2-hour session at this point. Depends on how the fights are going, depends on the randomness. Like Quake Live, I just judge how well I'm doing based on my weapon accuracies, and I base it off of my damage taken versus damage done. If my damage done is much higher than my damage taken, I'm doing something right. And if it's the reverse, I'm doing something wrong. Battlefield, I don't know, fucking whatever my KD
Well,
is.
I think Battlefield, it changes based on the game too, because the Battlefield games are not the same. Like the KPM and KD can vary between games because there's always some, something's changed, whether with the pace of the game or the mechanics in the game or something like
Yeah.
that. So that's
There's little
that's
nuances.
more of
Yeah.
a floating gauge, I think.
Yeah. Nept, I mean, you have more experience with the Battlefield side. How did you gauge your guys? And how did you gauge? I know this is a different question, but regarding stats,
Right.
did you use stats to recruit your guys, or did you play with them to do
I don't
that?
give a fuck.
Yeah,
Well,
Don't
there
give a
you go.
fuck about
the thing
stats.
about it with that is that good players are not going to have bad stats, like 99
Yep.
that's
times out
true.
of 100.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whereas the
Mhm.
other way, you can be, with Planetside in particular, like you can be a bad player and have good stats in certain areas. But generally, 99 times out of 100, like it is kind of representative of, it means you understand some portion of the game well enough to perform in a way.
Yeah. I will say that it mattered more before everyone had a PC powerful enough and we got the software efficient enough to stream and record gameplay. Before, I remember like looking at stats and figuring out these weird little ways to like see what somebody's reaction times were like, right? Like if in tribes, if you midair someone just before they're about to midair you or shoot at you, and you'll see it because their shot goes flying way off, right? Because you've bopped them off. But if they're
Mhm.
able to immediately adjust and fire back in your direction, it means they have good reaction times. Now I don't have to do that anymore because I can just like look at their gameplay and be
Just a
like,
good
that
gameplay.
guy
Yep.
has good reaction times, that guy doesn't. But yeah, before I used to like sift through like certain statistics. I think that, and I'm sure you guys are all aware of this, but KD and KPM, it's useful up to a point. Like there's a
Soft
floor, I
gauge.
suppose, as
Yep.
Lex is saying. Yeah, and
Soft
then it's like
gauge.
whatever. Like we have Omni players. I think in Battlefield 5, we had guys with like 9 KDRs, and Focus had like some stupid like 10 KDR because he cared, because he cared and he played around like preserving that KDR.
Mm.
Or not Focus, sorry, Subject. Um, Nowadays, I just use that base, I say, and I look at their gameplay. And I guess the other thing to take into account, and maybe this I think applies to the more competitively mature members of Omni who have played like in a lot of competitive scenes and settings. They don't care. I don't care. If you watch me play, like half the time I'm shooting at trees or something, like just snapping between trees.
Yep.
Like that's not doing wonders for my accuracy or my KDR, right?
Mhm.
But like,
I did the same on Planetside. I'll flick between two
yeah,
different like targets just to be like, okay, let's see what my sense feels like. Like I just don't care
yeah.
about the stats. Like I'll still hit good
So
stats
it's
for doing that anyway. Like
exactly. And it becomes more something I tell people is that often the frustration they're experiencing results from whatever expectations they're carrying into a particular play session. Often that's stat based, right? Like I need to get like a 5 KDR or I'm upset. So now somebody snipes them or shoots them with a shotgun, their KDR goes down, they're upset.
yep.
And I would tell them instead to focus on
Except for the
making
wrong
good
reason.
shots. Yeah, make a good shot. Like if you've gone through your session, you've had horrible KDR, but you've made excellent shots. Even if you've lost those fights, if you've snapped over when you've got sideswiped or shot in the rear, great. Take something from that, as opposed to worrying too much about the stats themselves.
Yep.
Would be my advice.
Yeah, you focus on the wrong thing trying to get to the right place, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like the stats will literally drive people insane. I
Yep.
mean, there are still
yeah.
people to this day in Planetside who actually use stats to gauge recruitment. Actually
I
use
think that's a
stats.
mistake.
Yeah, actually use stats to gauge how how much fun that they have, and I just think that is a. I mean
I
that
think that's subjective though, because there are like like I said before, there's like a floor where someone generally under a certain point is not maybe going to be relevant to the way you play the game or how you want to play in that environment.
That's fair. Yeah.
yeah, true.
Yeah. And
And I think the other thing is just quickly, your stats in a competitive setting probably matter a little bit more relative to how other people who are playing the same role are performing. Like your stats in a pub setting, it's like whatever. But if one of
Mhm.
my players is consistently showing a low KDR in a game and they're playing a role that has to be killing, then that's a problem, right?
Yeah. I think going off of what everyone said, like an aim trainer, stats are good up to a certain point. But, it's all subjective, and it can be criticized or critiqued or situational, contextual, all that shit. I think we have one more question. I don't think we have any more questions here. I'll double check, but the last question comes from Tundra, and he has a simple question. What's the stance? It's not simple, okay. What's the stance on Battle Royale in the FPS genre, and do any of you enjoy it? I don't enjoy it.
Oh, man, I've hated it since day one. I will always hate it until the day that it hopefully fucking dies, personally.
I understand the appeal.
Yes, I understand the appeal as well. It's just I despise Battle Royales. I do not like them.
I'm with Lex too. I understand the appeal, and I think if you find the right one, it can be a lot of fun. Of all things, I really enjoyed Fallout 76's Nuclear Winter. I really enjoyed playing that, and I wouldn't do it competitively, right?
No, God, no.
But I enjoyed it. And I think the other thing is like some of the issues with it competitively stem down to how they run the tournaments. Like I was watching an Apex tournament, 3v3 or like the 3-man tournament, whatever.
Yeah.
And it got to the last or second to last circle, and they were all in this like literally all. There were 17 teams remaining, and there was this like medium-sized building, and they had all these 17 players or 17 teams had managed to find like hiding spots away from each other in this relatively small building. It was like
Yep.
at once both the lamest thing I've ever seen and kind of impressive because they were like cockroaches, just like piled in every corner on top of each other. And
So I
then
said
it finally,
for years.
yeah, and it finally closed, and then they all had to fight each other. It's just this massive clusterfuck, and I was like,
Exactly.
"That is the dumbest thing I have
This is
ever
why
seen."
this is the shit. I've railed on this for fucking years as to why battle royales are not competitive. That is exactly the scenario that I try to put in people's heads. It's literally just a passive corner camping hiding cheese fest where you can literally win without killing almost anybody.
Because the risks are too high, right? They're not rewarded.
Yes,
They're rewarded
they're
for
not,
the win,
yes,
not for getting the kills.
not for getting the kill. Exactly. It's just battle royales as a genre that itself, the fundamentals it has, is just not, in my eyes, not competitive by nature at all. For that exact reason, it just
And competitive has two definitions, as you've seen through the stream.
Yes. Competitive can be that one definition, where even a competitive kickball game can be competitive. But in terms of like competitive in the sense where it's like actually like, it's hard to really define, but it's not competitive, but it is competitive. You know what I mean? Like
I think it's not focused on the sort of competition that we would want to see, which is people shooting each other.
Yes, exactly.
Which is, I think is a reasonable expectation.
You're hiding in a you're playing Sprint Simulator, hiding in a corner to kill 2 people to finally win. Like, you know what I mean? It's just but that's why I think Apex did at least it right the most. Now, granted, out of all the battle royales, it did it right the most. It's the only battle royale game I will ever consider playing again. I tried it out one night when I was somewhat drunk with Sev, and I was just like, fuck it, I'll try another battle royale, because I did PUBG and I got bored within like 5 or 10 minutes. I'm like, why am I just still running and not shooting? This is just stupid. But Apex is the only one I would ever play again, because I did like how the guns felt. I liked the movement that it had, obviously coming from Quake. And that was enough for me to keep playing. The only thing I really didn't like is the battle royale, it being a battle royale game, and the fact that I like playing solo a lot. I'm a lone wolf type of person. Anyone that's seen me on Planetside knows that. I am very lone wolfy. I just want to solo around, play a game, shit on people, accrue accusations because it's funny to me, and that's it. I didn't like the fact that Apex it forced you to play with 2 other people no matter what, but I did understand why that was a thing. I understood why, and that's why
you just treat them like Halo.
You treat them like
AI,
co-op.
You
treat them like bots. You always do that. You never rely on your pub teammates ever. You can never
It's two
rely
people
on them.
you can bait, you know.
Exactly. Yep. Literally, just 2 people to fucking bait. But I understand why they did that to a degree. I do understand.
They
that.
just exist because H1Z1 was like a cult classic at this point, where it was a dog shit fucking game, but it was a brand new concept, so everyone played it. And I say it's a dog shit game. Just look it up. The hit rate was garbage. The performance was awful. The game looked like crap.
That leads me into kind of like a sub point that I have is
Paradox
that
is the
most
raid.
of them are run like shit. You know, at least initially, like they've had real growing pains. Like PUBG at the start was holy fuck, that game was awful. Like to play performance wise, cheaters wise. H1Z1 is a developmental mess, nightmare, performance problems, all that stuff. So a lot of that kept me out. And then you have those ones that show up, you know, everybody's chasing the trend in the market. So you have all these like kind of low effort, like shit, free to play stuff coming out on Steam, early access all the time. And yeah, everybody plays that shit for like 3 days. And then it's like, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Next time.
And I mean, I gotta do this. Baranox, thanks for the huge raid. Unfortunately, I think you've caught us at the end of the stream, unless anyone has any questions.
Almost. at
We're
the
still
end, yeah.
talking about. The current question came from a guy named Tundra, and he asked about basically battle royales and what do we think about. Honestly,
Yeah.
you know,
I meant to ask, like, Lex and Baddie, have you ever found one that you've enjoyed? I know
I liked
No.
Islands of Nine.
a lot about Apex.
Nope.
Islands of Nine.
It lasted like a
forgot
week,
about
and
Islands
I
of
played
Nine.
it with some AC guys. I played it with like Latrodectus and a couple other people.
Completely forgot about that game.
Yeah,
I remember when it came out. Everyone said it was like pretty
Oh, I
promising.
remember
I only
and
that.
liked playing the gun game
Yeah.
before the
Something-
matches.
Something happened with the game that it just lost all appeal. I don't know what it was, but I remember everyone talking about it, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh no, don't play that game. No, don't even think about it. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't remember at all. But I completely forgot about it until you said something. I'm like,
I
holy
think
shit,
that was
used to
just the
exist.
one. I think it was because, you know, came out a couple years ago. It was during the fad. It had decent graphics. It performed like shit, but the gunplay felt okay. And
Yeah.
I had people like Latro and I think Pofus and Void and Aluko playing, so it was like decent because we had high skill players.
They play literally
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah,
Like, they-
but we played like Paladins
every
together
fucking
and
game,
shit
like
too.
for 2 weeks, and then that's it.
Like, I remember when Overwatch started, I know this is kind of getting off topic, but we had a DA team that was working on it. I think, yeah, because Yeah1G is now an actual general manager of a competitive team in Overwatch. He headed
Right,
our
he's still
Overwatch
working,
team, yeah. And we just ran into AC at one point, and we were like, what the fuck? This game has like hundreds of thousands of players playing right now. Are you telling me the MMR has already put us against the
SBMM,
people
baby.
we played
Let's
in-
go.
like literally played AC and Planetside all the fucking
Wait,
time, and
so-
we're facing
so Who
them.
won?
Oh, we did, but it wasn't like you know, it was like some of the
I wasn't there. So.
no. If Lex was there and Zyros was on our team, we would have lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't need anything else. You just need
Because he had to
Zyros
come in
on your
second.
team.
He had to come in
Yeah.
second.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep, we would have lost.
Oh Jesus. You just poor Zyros, man. Poor fucking Zyros.
I just want to make sure, you know, because we're already here and we've already taken our break. Let's just see if there's anything left in this.
We've
You
been
know,
at
did we
this for
actually
almost
answer
4 hours.
Gord's question? Now I think about it, or did we skip
did.
over it?
Yeah.
No, we did.
I answered in the
Yeah.
first 5 seconds, and then
Yeah, we
Nept
did.
went on and said the exact same thing I said
Yep,
in
we did.
3,000 word essay.
Well, I
form,
could
so-
actually, I never answered it, but I could answer it right now because it's like what is the most appealing to from Planetside 2 compared to other games, right? Like what appeals, like why do I still play it, so to speak, right? Baddie, is that what it was?
Yeah, something fucking like that.
Yeah, it's like so the reason. So let me give some backstory, a little bit of context. I started playing this game in February of 2018. A lot of people don't realize that. People think I'm like some old fucking 2012 boomer that's, you know, no. 2018 of February. And I have accrued, I think, almost 6,000 hours in the game.
Fucking nerd.
Yeah, 6,000 hours, just about. Probably at least 1,000 of those are probably on Jaeger, at least.
See a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need
No,
help.
I don't worry. I have a doctor.
Immediately.
No, I'm good. Don't worry. But the reason I'm gonna say is if this reason didn't happen to me is I would not be playing the game as long as I have. I probably wouldn't even be playing the game at all. And that's the community that I have basically I got into, that I met, and that I have around me right now. Which is the Jaeger community of like, the people in Ziz, the people in BHUD, the people in DA, Lex here, like everybody that I've met, that I'm friends with, that I talk to, that I feel actually connected to, because the game's player base is like, it's not small, but it is small, so to say. But it's like in 2019, I started doing AU pickups, less than a year into the game, and I started doing pretty well, and then I ended up playing for Ziz through that. And, I built, tons of camaraderie and building friendships with all those people, Frost, Flames, Wook, Legacy, Lizard, Hume, I mean, all those fucking people. That's literally the only reason, Cyrus, of course, why did I not say him? But that's like literally the only reason for me personally that I still play this game. If I did not know any of those people, I would have left this game years ago. I would just be back on Quake. I'd probably be in QPL right now, honestly. I'd probably be doing something better, but who the fuck knows? Like, I would have stuck with Quake probably, just never stopped playing Quake. I would have probably stuck with QC for literally years instead of playing it off and on.
Do you think that there was something specific to the Planetside game that fostered that kind of community and your attachment to it, or is that something that could have developed in, say, Battlefield, the worst game ever made?
I think if I'm gonna think of it in a Planetside 2 perspective, the gunplay of the game itself is what was most satisfying to me. Just shooting people in the game felt the best to me, and it just never kind of got old to me. Like it's real hard for me to get, tired. I mean, I played Eternal Crusade for 2,000 hours, for fuck's sake. Like, it's really hard for me to get tired of shooting people in an FPS game where the gunplay feels good. That's why Quake is never ever going to get old to me. So I think I still would have stuck around, but if I couldn't build, it depends on the game, honestly. But if I couldn't build, like let's say 2042, if I couldn't build a community in that game around myself, not around myself per se, but like just like building friendships with people and having like a little, you know what I mean, like getting introduced to communities, I don't think I would have played. No. There's just no way. Not with mouse input like that. I would have just said, hell the fuck no, and just left. Like, I would have just gone back to Quake or my roots, etc. Like, what were you saying?
Like for me, at least, the Planetside, and I know Planetside 2 is a different game, but like the persistent nature of it and the scale of the battles and the way the outfits are structured, and back in Planetside 1, people cooperating to get command rank, that really helped foster that sense of community in a way that Battlefield, for instance, doesn't.
Yeah.
The community was really fostered.
A community of... Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
The community in Planetside 2, I made a lot of my friends back in the days where Planetside 2, and I think Lex remembers this. Remember, like, it was when Emerald came out, and maybe it was before Emerald, before the merge. There would be a persistent fight on Indar, and in order to take over Indar and lock the continent, you had to control over, 95% of the territories? So people would do, like, night ops, like fucking 3 a.m. type shit. Real nerd shit, like real sweaty hours where, like, 12 to 20 people would log in on it from an outfit at, like, 3 in the morning to try to take territory to lock this fucking continent and win it. Like, some real, like, boomer hours. You never see this shit anymore. Like, you don't see this type of outfit synergy where everybody logs in at a specific time to lock a continent. I think that's kind of the reason why I enjoyed Planetside more back then than now. I think the fucking honeymoon phase has been long gone. But during that honeymoon phase, it was fucking awesome. You'd get like a little notification on TeamSpeak because you'd sit in the AFK channel and be like, emergency ops, fucking head over. We're gonna be taking over some fucking bases. Log in, And nowadays, it's like, you don't have that persistence much anymore like you did back in the day. But the persistence is still there where you log in at night and you could be on the same fucking continent that you were fighting on a couple hours ago. But now you have the alert system, so, probably not. And the alert system's been a joke for years, ever since they took away some of the bonuses that they used to offer. So I think the communities that exist now in Planetside existed because of what the game was before and in Planetside 1. The newer communities that exist now in Planetside I'm more focused on fucking aiming and being good versus the communities that grew up together, you know? We still get applications for people to join Dawnfall. We've been our applications have been closed for a year. I'm sure AC has always had people who've wanted to join. They haven't fucking recruited anybody. They've actually kicked people rather than recruited. I think there were certain people in AC who wanted to keep it like a museum, you know? Just like a remembrance of what it was in the past. A lot of these outfits that have existed since Planetside 1 are just closed because there's no point. It's either tag hunters that want to have the tag to enjoy the memories of what they never fucking did, or for whatever other reason, you know, just stop tag chasing. You're never gonna get in.
I got called that when I joined DA in 2019, but it's like I already knew people from Blop that were already in DA.
You
so
knew
I'm like,
me.
You know what? Yeah, I knew you. I knew Panda. I knew 50. Like 101 also as well. He was in DA. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna join DA. I'm gonna apply. And then when I fucking applied, Baddie, you remember what's his name? Fucking Iron Horseman. I think that's his name on the website. He fucking recognized me through fucking Wildstar. I didn't even know he was fucking I forgot his character name. Holy shit! But I knew who he was in fucking Wildstar. He's like, holy shit, it's Bale. What the fuck? Like, I didn't think that was gonna happen.
It really is like a small world because a lot of that happens too, especially when you get up in the
Like,
elevated community. Like people will just start, oh shit, you were this guy in this game or this guy in that game. Like, I don't know if you've ever had that happen from Siege, Lex. I know you played a lot of Siege before all the bullshit happened. Which I think next podcast we're going to talk about, Lex, is Siege Extravaganza. Because I've seen a lot of tweets about that.
No, I mean, it's just another game that I played, like, in the meantime while I was waiting for Planetside 2 to ever be fucking improved, and that game had a weird arc. It's still going, it's still popular, but it's definitely had sort of a decline in the last year or so, and it's, I guess why? The developers.
Yeah, interesting.
I heard they made it slower. Is that accurate? I don't know anything about the game. But...
No, I mean, it's a lot more complex than that, because the way, I won't get into it here, but it's more complex than that. It's definitely not slower. It's probably as fast as they've ever been. And the people that I talk to that go like, oh, the game's so slow, it's like, okay, well, let's put you on a team with 4 other people who know what the fuck they're doing against 5 other people that know what they're doing, and you have 3 minutes to accomplish what you have to do. Or you know, like, I understand why it seems that way, and it's incredibly, and they struggle with this too, like, it can be incredibly boring to watch. And you know, if you watch low skill gameplay and shit like that, of course in any game it's the case, but you need a lot of understanding in order to like understand what the fuck's going on, and that even happens in competitive, and it's something that they struggle with too, with viewership that way.
Yeah, definitely. Does anyone have anything else before we close this out? We're rounding out on the 4-hour and 14-minute mark.
We still got under.
We still got under 5 hours, so we're about we're about 40 minutes behind.
Progress, not perfection.
Yeah,
Denzel Washington once said that.
You know, Nept, when I told someone, when I told Enders that you were gonna be on the podcast tonight, he was like, "Oh well, hope you got fucking a water next to you. You're gonna be here for a while." I was like, "Oh well, the last podcast was 5 hours," and then he was like, "Oh well, you know, this one's gonna be a lot longer."
Oh man. Well, guess what? We proved his ass fucking wrong.
Hey, there you go. There he is, right here.
Oh, is that Ender's merch?
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. He's been wearing Ender's merch the entire time.
That's hilarious. I didn't even pick up on that.
Oh my god.
I saw him actually like doing this a couple times, like fucking getting up there. Like
That's because I have no cartilage in my knees, and my fucking knees hurt, bro.
Oh man. I'm sure that's in my future when I hit my 30s. 3 more years. 3 more years.
Nept. That was a pretty nice stream. You know, we talked about a lot of things. We went really deep into the hate tells. I think that was the good part. I actually really enjoyed that part of the podcast.
It's an interesting topic,
but
and I think it's going to be super relevant in the next few years.
I'm very experienced in that. Baddie will tell you. I have a lot of hate tells in various games.
Let me see if I can. So Our special guest tonight was obviously OmniNept. He is the leader of Omni. If you'd like to just give that little spiel again while I find your fucking Twitch.
Yeah, you stupid idiot.
We're a group of good friends, and we play games and win games.
There you
There
go.
we go.
Simple, but elegant.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Very nice.
Not elegant.
No, yeah, you
Yeah.
know. I tried to, you know, butter you up, but okay.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
You know.
Oh, did I
But,
find it?
but you got it, Baddie?
Yeah, I found it. I had to scour the
There you
internet.
go.
This
Good
guy
job.
is just not showing up anywhere in the analytics. You got to work on that. That's his Twitch. Go ahead and follow him. He releases. He does long fucking streams where he talks about other things.
Short streams.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he talks about other things and doesn't mald. He doesn't
Yes.
mald
I
when he
never
plays
get mad in
Battlefield.
game.
I
Yeah.
can't malt anymore. I'm just bald, so like.
Oh, this is perfect that we're
Malding
ending
is-
it now because Xfinity just said no. So
Oh, there you go.
but
Thanks.
obviously my co-hosts here, Leroy Twist Nuts and Lexington Steel here. We're gonna be doing more of these. They're gonna be like semi-regular. I don't know if we're planning on doing 4 hour or 5 hours weekly.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll
It'll
see.
change, but it depends on you know.
We talk about everything from fucking FPS to real life to random shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3 dudes and a guest or 2. Pleasure having
Thanks
everyone.
for having me this week.
Yeah.
It was fun getting to know you guys a little bit better.
Hell yeah, Nept.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna be
might
chasing
reinstall
your
your
tag now, by the way. Just because, you know, I chased DA's tag, so I gotta chase yours. Unfortunately, I'm
Fair.
sorry. I'm gonna not contribute anything to Omni though once I get it.
There are worse tags to chase.
Yeah.
God bless.
Lex, Leroy, you guys got anything to close out?
Nope.
No,
See you
no.
sometime in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah.
watching, everyone. Really appreciate it. See you later.